All right. What is going on, guys? We are live. I am live. My name is Brendan on Boxing, and this is a show that I'm very much looking forward to. It's been a while since I've done one of these live streams, but I am looking forward very much to this show. There's going to be some competitive fights on the card. Apologies that that I'm starting the stream a little bit later than I announced. Technical difficulties. What can I say? But we're in the middle of this Pierce O'Leary slugfest. It's turning out to be a very back and forth fight. If you're not watching it live, O'Leary against Matarosian. Matarosian was on the ground in the first round, but it's actually got pretty competitive since then. Round 8 is just about to get underway on my stream, and this has been pretty good, to be honest with you. I'm pretty on board with this one. This 8th round, it's starting out with a pretty fast pace, guys, to be honest with you. Both guys, I mean, obviously I want O'Leary to win, especially with it being St. Patrick's Day weekend. He's the Irish guy, but Matarosian is doing well. Both guys have been cut in the fight as well. But it's been really back and forth action, to be honest, for the most part. I have to be completely fair and say that I missed a good portion of the middle rounds just because I was trying to get my setup sorted. I was supposed to be on live at 3 o'clock, which actually was in the middle of the fight. So this is all my fault. I got the timings wrong in terms of when the fight was supposed to, or when the card was supposed to be starting. So I ended up trying to go live in the middle of the fight. Ran into some technical difficulties. So I actually missed from about round 3 to about round 6. But we're in the middle of the 8th round now, and both guys have landed some hellacious hooks. We got some good jabs from O'Leary here. Like I said, Matarosian was on the ground. I haven't been scoring this one as I go along, but Matarosian was on the ground in the first round, and then he pretty much came straight back with some heavy shots of his own. He managed to cut Pierce O'Leary as well. And Matarosian is cut as well. It looked like he was cut from a headbutt, even though the referee actually ruled it was from a punch, but I don't think it was. I think it was from a headbutt. But the bottom line is that we're in the 8th round. I don't know who's winning on the scorecards, but action-wise, this one's been pretty good. And to be honest, it looks like there's still a possibility of a knockout either way. Both guys are landing some haymakers. Action is in the center of the ring right now. O'Leary's using his jab. Matarosian's trying to walk him down. O'Leary is on the back foot, but pretty much this is taking place just dead in the center of the ring. Both guys really not wanting to give an inch here. Matarosian's trying to keep O'Leary off him with the jab. O'Leary's trying to work his way inside. He's landing some jabs of his own. Matarosian tries to land a big hook, but he just misses. 30 seconds left in the round. It's probably looking like Matarosian is going to win this round. I haven't actually seen a scorecard on the screen, so I'm not sure who's actually ahead on the judges' scorecards. But let's see what we're doing here. All righty. So that's it. Round 8 over. I think that one, Matarosian takes that one, I think. O'Leary's cut in the corner. He's busted up, but it doesn't look super, super serious. To be honest, round 9 is about to get underway. So the reason I'm mainly interested in this show is because Joe Joyce is making his comeback. And to be honest, I'm a little bit concerned about what he is going to look like in this fight. What do you guys think? Like, I hope that Joe Joyce can do what Joseph Parker has been able to do and actually resurrect his career. But I'm a little bit concerned about what I've, I guess, been hearing from him, in the sense that it doesn't sound like he's been in the best place after suffering those defeats. And it doesn't sound like Did I place any bets on the card? I did not place any bets on this one, actually. So no, I don't have any money riding on this one, Ismo, but thank you for asking. What about yourself? Did you place any bets on this one? I mean, I'm Joe Joyce is going to win. I'm 95% sure that Joe Joyce is going to beat Kash Ali, but the odds for that weren't really attractive. You would have had to bet a lot. I think Joe Joyce was something like a minus 2,000, minus 2,500 favorite, something like that. So no, nothing on this card. This is a tricky one actually because there's a lot of competitive fights on it. Appreciate the comments as well, guys. Big love from Scotland. Are there any Scottish fighters on this card? I don't think there are. Or are there? Maybe I missed that. Appreciate the shout outs, guys. How do I like Martin versus Davis? Not to get off topic. That's an interesting one. I'd have to. I lean towards Davis, probably, but I don't like making a firm prediction until I've actually watched some of the fights recently. Like when I do the predictions for the channel, I like to watch them, pretty much like the day I do the prediction, the day before I do the prediction. So I would say Davis just off the top of my head right now. But O'Leary just landed a big hook. Matarosian's legs kind of buckled, but he actually did well to stay on his feet, rather. There's a minute left in the 9th round. He got wobbled, but he didn't go down. If O'Leary lands another hook like that, though, I think Matarosian might be out of here. Yeah, that was a nice hook. Davis winning. Yeah, I lean towards Davis. I need to watch the footage just in case there's anything that I'm missing. But that's the way I see it. Oh, he's down. Matarosian is down. The referee's counting. Looks like he might make it back to his feet. Oh, no, he doesn't. He nodded at the referee. It looked like he was going to maybe be able to get back to his feet, but the referee waved it off. He didn't even get back to his feet. He looks pretty exhausted in the corner. The trainer was kind of arguing a little bit with the referee, but Matarosian himself looked pretty exhausted. It looked like he was fatigued as much as like it looked like he was with it mentally. He just looked exhausted and like he'd sort of had enough, basically. But Pierce O'Leary gets the win. That was a really good fight, actually. Pierce O'Leary managed to drop Matarosian twice that I saw. I don't know what you guys are seeing, by the way, so I apologize if my stream is behind what you guys are seeing, but I've literally just seen the fight end right there. Parker and Joyce winning by KO. Okay. Yeah, I think Joyce is going to win by knockout as well, actually. I've watched a few of Kash Ali's fights, and I think he's going to be a very good stylistic matchup for Joe Joyce because he, at least from the fights that I've seen, he doesn't really back up a lot, and he doesn't clinch a lot on the inside. So I think and he also holds his hands quite low. So I think against someone like Joe Joyce, who can walk forward, that's going to be a big problem. And I would even expect Joe Joyce to KO him within, I think, the first 5 or 6 rounds. This is a 10-rounder, but I think Joyce probably wins by KO in 5 rounds, 6 rounds tops. I don't see it going beyond 6. And actually, Kash Ali's never been beyond 7 rounds in his whole career, unless I'm mistaken. His last couple of fights, I think, have been a 6-rounders. He's never had a 12-round fight, as far as I could see on BoxRec, and the furthest he's ever actually been is 7 rounds. So I'm predicting a KO for Joe Joyce within 5 or 6. Kash Ali and Joe Joyce are not fighting. No. I don't think they've actually, unless I missed it, they haven't actually released the exact order. I saw that Joe Joyce was supposed to be on around 4 o'clock. Well, that's East Coast time, so that's in about 45 minutes from now. So I'm guessing there's going to be one more fight, and then Joe Joyce maybe after that. But I don't think they actually released, or at least I haven't seen the actual fight order. Yeah, not fond of Joyce coming in heavy. Yeah, so I didn't post this anywhere on YouTube, but I actually made, just for my own, my own references, a little. I basically took the pictures of Joe Joyce from his last 3 fights, the Zhang first fight, the Zhang rematch, and then this one, and the weigh-in pictures, and you can see like a big difference. I don't like the fact that Joe Joyce has put on a lot of weight. And it didn't look like good weight either. Like if you look at the pictures from this weigh-in, he looked quite fat in his face, even compared to the Zhang fight. And in my opinion, I don't think he needs to be that big. He was 255 pounds against Zhang in the first fight. And I argued, well, he did do better. He made it all the way to 6 rounds, and he only got stopped with the cut. And in the rematch, he was, I think, 281. So he's actually gained about 5 pounds since the rematch, which is, to me, that's way too heavy. And actually, same with Zhang as well. I think Zhang was too heavy against Parker. I don't think that helped him. I think he would have had a better chance if he'd actually come in lighter also. All right. Thank you for checking in, Roy Munson. Happy St. Patrick's Day weekend as well to all of the Irish people watching out there. Did anyone see the Callum Walsh fight last night? Speaking of Irish fighters, I haven't actually seen it yet. So if anybody saw that one, I'm going to watch it at some point this weekend, but I haven't actually watched it. I know the result. I know Callum Walsh won with the KO, but I haven't actually seen the fight yet. So if any of you guys have seen that one, let me know in the comments what that one looked like. They're just interviewing on my stream Pierce O'Leary after the fight. A big Austrian poet. I only just got what you meant by that. Very funny. Which fights are you guys thinking are going to be the fights of the night on this card, by the way? I'm cautiously optimistic about this one. Like, there's not a lot of big names on this card, but in terms of the competitiveness of the fights, I think we might actually get some better action than even some of the Saudi cards, honestly. But hopefully this one provides a lot of competitive fights, because that to me is almost more important in a way than having a lot of big names on the card. Like, don't get me wrong, I would love to see competitive fights up and down the card involving all of the big names. But to be honest, I'd rather watch a card like this. If all of the fights on this card are going to be like the O'Leary Matarosian one, then I think it's going to be really entertaining, even if there's not that much star power per se on this one compared with what's going on in Saudi Arabia at the moment. What fights coming up in the next few months is everybody looking forward to the most, by the way? Obviously, Usyk against Fury, but I'm still holding my breath whether that happens or not. Ryan Garcia against Devin Haney. It's going to be like, I don't know. To me, like, Devin Haney is going to win that one. Like 99. I'm 99% sure that Devin Haney beats Ryan Garcia even before Ryan started having a mental breakdown. So I'm looking forward to that fight in a way, but it seems pretty obvious who's going to win that one. The one that to me though is really maybe the most interesting of them all. I don't think it's actually officially been scheduled yet, but if Bivol against Beterbiev happens on June 1st, like it's supposed to, that to me is actually the hardest one to call, even more so than Fury against Usyk, but we'll see. Canelo against Manguia, I mean, it's not super competitive as far as I'm concerned. Inoue is probably going to win his next one, I think. But Bivol against Beterbiev, that to me is, I'm really on the fence with that one. Like when it was announced initially, I really thought Bivol was going to have a big advantage, but then I started watching some fights from both guys, and Beterbiev, I think his style is so awkward in a way, but he's really perfected what he does to such a degree that I honestly don't know which way that fight's going to go. But yeah, what are you guys looking forward to in the next few months as far as fights go? We are kind of we're kind of spoiled at the moment, really, because this stuff is happening back to back to back now. Like every couple of weeks, there's a pretty decent card going on. Even the Fabio Wardley against Fraser Clark at the end of this month should be pretty good. Although I don't know why that one is happening on Easter Sunday. I don't know whose idea that was, because I can't imagine there's going to be a huge crowd. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't imagine there's going to be a huge crowd of people actually watching it live on Easter Sunday, but maybe there will be. So we're just getting at least on my stream, we're just getting the ring introductions now for the next fight with Thomas Triber doing the intros. On my stream, they didn't actually show the ring walks. They've just cut straight to the guys in the ring. I don't know if you guys saw the ring walks or not. But yeah, that last fight was pretty entertaining, I thought. Who's going to win this one, guys? Let me know in the chat if you have any strong opinions, by the way. I have to give Frank Warren his credit recently. He's been putting on some pretty good cards. And to be fair, like, you have to say what you want about Frank Warren. It's pretty impressive to see how he's actually been able to not just hang on, but arguably start putting on better shows than what Matchroom has been putting on recently. I mean, if you look back 10 years ago, it looked like Frank Warren was really out the door almost, and Matchroom was taking over boxing in the UK. But recently, Frank Warren, I mean, arguably, he's got a better stable than Eddie Hearn does at the moment. I mean, especially if you look at least the heavyweight division. Frank Warren has got Tyson Fury, he's got Zhang, he's got Joe Joyce, he has got Moses Italma as well. He's got Dubois. I'm probably missing some names there. This next fight, by the way, is Ethan James against Owen Cooper. By the way, if you're not watching the stream. The crowd is already more lively here as well than it is at the Saudi shows, which is another reason why I'm not a huge fan of having all these big cards taking place. Like, I know why they're taking place, but there's a lot to be said for actually having these shows in front of a crowd of people that's actually enthusiastic and making noise. It's just a better atmosphere. Like, there's a lot more noise, there's a lot more atmosphere here than what there is on the Saudi shows. Even though there's, what is there? Probably 10,000 people here. So there's probably half as many people as there are in Riyadh, but the atmosphere is, it's just way better. So Ethan James against Owen Cooper is underway. This is at welterweight, by the way. It's for the English welterweight title. James is the, at least according to the odds that I saw, James is the slight favorite, minus 170, and then Cooper is a plus 140 underdog. But yeah, so we're underway here. Both guys coming out. Yeah, both guys throwing out some pretty snappy jabs to start the fight. James looks like he's a little bit he looks like he's a little bit longer, and he's using his jab to keep on the outside. He's got a nice snap to his jab, and he's using it to keep the range. He's not landing a ton, but he's using the jab to keep the range out of a southpaw stance and then set up the nice left hand straight down the middle. James is Neither guy's landed a ton of punches at the moment, but James is doing a little bit better. He's landed a few straight left hands down the center out of a southpaw stance. And like I say, he's a little bit taller, so he's able to use his length. Oh! Just as I say that, he's down. James is down. It looks like he was controlling the action there, but he's actually gone down. He's back on his feet now. But he is. Oh! Cooper just hit him again. Cooper is being sent back to his corner by the referee. It looks like there's something on the floor. His mouth maybe came out. I'm not sure why the referee is just came out. This is buying James some valuable time here. This is buying James some valuable time because he got rocked. He got put down and then he got hit again. And now the referee, I don't know if he did that on purpose or not, but if he did, that was kind of sneaky, but kind of smart because that's actually bought him valuable time. Cooper's probably going to be justifiably annoyed at that because it looked like James's feet are all over the place. Cooper's walking him down. He's trying to land some big hooks. But Ethan James was able to get valuable recovery time because of the referee having to put the gum shield or the mouth guard back in. Cooper's trying his best to land some hooks before the end of the round. It looks like James is going to make it out of here. They're clinching in the middle. Yeah, so he does make it out of the round. But honestly, that whole thing with the referee stopping the fight and then having to clean the mouth guard out, that bought valuable time. I don't know if James would have made it out of the first round. It looks like he's recovered a little bit. He got put down with a left hook, I believe it was. Woo! Man, we've had 2 knockdowns in the first round. So 1 knockdown in each fight, but 2 knockdowns total in the first round in the first 2 fights of this card. That was a big left hook as well. And it looked like James was actually doing well on the outside with his jab. He was actually doing well. He was probably winning the round until he got dropped. And just like that, he was in big trouble. And like I say, he got rocked again. But he got some help from the referee there, and that bought him some time. Woo! All right. So that was just the first round. Round 2 now underway. Cooper's trying to walk James down. James is going back to what was working in the first round. He's using his jab. Excuse me. He's staying on the outside, but Cooper is getting a little bit closer. He's still trying to land that big hook. And if he does, I think that it's going to put James, if not down, then in big trouble because, ooh, another big hook, but it misses. The jab, the problem for Ethan James is that the jab is not landing. He's using it to try and keep Cooper on the outside, but he's not actually landing with the jab. And so as a result, well, basically because Cooper is using very good head movement. And so what's happening is James is shooting the jab out. Cooper is using his head movement and he's flipping it and he's trying to get inside and land a big hook. At the very least, though, from James' point of view, he's being able to get his breath back. He's being able to recover a little bit in this round. We got a minute left in the round now. Well, a minute and 14 seconds, actually. Cooper's trying to land a big left hook, just like he got James down in the first round. He keeps missing, but James has got to actually land some shots. Otherwise, he's not going to be able to keep Cooper off him. That's the problem here. He's just throwing the jab out, and Cooper's managing to slip it with good head movement. He's got to try and actually throw some other punches as well so that he can take advantage of the fact that Cooper's slipping his jab. Because otherwise here, we've got 30 seconds left in the round. Oh, another big left hook misses. But every time he misses, he's getting closer and closer to landing that. If Ethan James can manage to actually counter that left hook when it comes over the top, though, he's got a chance of catching Cooper because he's thrown the same punch about 5 times in this round and he's missed. So it's getting to the point where if Ethan James can actually get a read on that, he might be able to counter that big left hook. Looks like this round is going to end without anything major happening. The second round is over. Ethan Cooper tried his best to land another big left hook. He didn't succeed. Owen Cooper, I should say. I said Ethan Cooper. Ethan James, to be honest, I think even if he didn't win that round on the scorecards, he won the round in the sense that he managed to get his wind back. It looked like he had his feet back under him a little bit better. He wasn't all over the place. But he's going to need to actually do something about that big left hook because if that left hook connects one more time, that could be lights out for James because Cooper came within a couple of inches of landing it multiple times in that second round. So round 3 is about to get underway here, guys. This is another very exciting fight from Birmingham. The atmosphere sounds really good as well. So round 3 is underway. Ethan James is still trying to stay on the outside and use his jab. Cooper's in the center of the ring. He's trying to walk him down. Cooper's the shorter man, so he's trying to get underneath of the jabs from James, the taller man. Ooh, uppercut missed from Cooper. Most of the dangerous punches, though, are coming from Cooper. Even though they're not landing, there just isn't enough in the way of actual danger coming from James. It's just staying on the outside. Yes, he's managing. Ooh, he got just clipped there with the left hook again. Basically, James just doesn't have any power behind his shots. He's throwing out the jab, and then he's trying to use the uppercut as well when Cooper comes in on the inside, but they're both missing. The jab's getting slipped by, straight right hand from Cooper, managed to catch James on the chin. But yeah, James needs to actually do something else here because it's too predictable. He's throwing out the jab. Cooper's slipping it with his head movement. Whew, it's an exciting one, though, guys, I will say. All right. James is backed up against the ropes now. Cooper's still trying to walk him down. Now they're in the center of the ring. Cooper with a straight right down the middle. It just misses. James lands a couple of nice hooks there, but is not really backing Cooper up at all there. It's just punches landed, but they're not doing a lot of damage. The thing is, if it keeps going at this rate, Cooper is going to walk James down. So one of two things needs to happen. Either Ethan James needs to switch up his game plan, start throwing some different types of shots, or he needs to actually counter Cooper and when he comes lunging in. Because if there's one area where Cooper can be countered, it's when he comes lunging in trying to land that big hook over the top. James, again, another missed hook there. It looked like James managed to land an uppercut. 40 seconds left in round number 3. James is just trying his best to keep Cooper off him. I think this round is going to probably go for Cooper, assuming that it doesn't end here. Cooper walking James down. James is in the center of the ring. He tried to land a big left hook of his own, James, but he missed. Now they're clinching briefly. The head movement from Cooper has been very, very impressive. It's sneakily been one of the things that made it very difficult for James to actually do anything effective. Cooper's head movement, so we've reached the end of round 3, but Cooper's head movement has been actually pretty impressive, and it's making it very hard for Ethan James to actually land any jabs. And because the jab is being neutralized, then a lot of his length is being neutralized as well. When you're the taller guy like Ethan James is, but you can't actually keep the shorter guy off you, then his height actually becomes a disadvantage because it makes him harder for him to actually get some torque on his punches. Whew! I'm out of breath, guys. This is good action. So Cooper is actually the underdog here, at least officially. I didn't have a real strong opinion on this one beforehand, either way, who was going to win. But Cooper, he is officially the underdog here, a slight underdog, but still the underdog nonetheless. Round 4 is just getting underway as well here, guys. James is actually trying to land a few more shots here. He tried to land a couple of hooks there. He's letting his jab go a little bit more, but Cooper is still managing to pretty much walk straight through him. James managed to push Cooper back up against the ropes. It feels like this has been a lot more than 3 rounds already. The action has been pretty nonstop. Cooper's just got to be careful that he doesn't lunge in here. He is lunging a little bit when he tries to throw these power shots. And if there's an area that James is going to be able to catch him, that's it. James is going to be able to counter him if he keeps, or his chances of countering him are going to be better if he keeps lunging in like that. But it's just that head movement has been very, very slick as far as keeping Ethan James from being able to land his jab. But one thing I liked more in this round from Ethan James' point of view is that he's actually using his feet a little bit better. He's not just standing in a straight line and trying to use his jab. He's using more lateral movement, and he's throwing some hooks as he pivots to the side, which is actually having a little bit more success. I say that he gets caught there by a shot from Cooper. But Ethan James looks like he's managing to actually land a few more shots in this 4th round than he has in the first 3. Cooper's trying to walk him down against the ropes. Ethan James, he's backed up against the ropes, but he's able to pivot off and land a hook. At some point, though, having to walk through and slip all these punches might start to tire Cooper out a little bit. And he is lunging in to try and land these power punches. Oh, nice uppercut landed from James, but Cooper comes straight back with a straight right down the middle. James actually looked like he caught Cooper low there. Cooper didn't react, and the referee didn't react, but it did look like Cooper actually landed an uppercut that went quite a bit below the belt there. 20 seconds left in the round. Oh, nice uppercut to the body by James. That's gonna be an effective punch for him because Cooper lunging in a little bit. Now Cooper manages to land a right hand of his own. The round is over, though. The round's over. That was the best round so far for Ethan James, to be honest. I feel like he probably won that round. I'm not scoring the fight, guys, as such, but I mean, obviously, with the knockdown in round one, that's a 10-8 round for Cooper. I probably would just, off the top of my head, give Cooper 2 and 3 as well. It's hard to score it sometimes when you're trying to talk and watch the fight at the same time, I will say. But from that, just off the top of my head, I think Cooper probably won the first 3 rounds, and I think, and obviously the first round was a 10-8, and then I think James probably won that one. So he's still behind. Round 5 is just getting underway. I think James still has a chance to actually win this fight on points, but he firstly can't get knocked down anymore, and secondly, he needs to win these rounds definitively. But still, there's 6 rounds left. If he wins them all on points, then I think he probably could still win the fight on points as well. I don't think he's quite at the stage yet where he needs a knockout to actually win. It still looks like, though, if there is gonna be a knockout at this point, it still looks like it probably is gonna come from Cooper. So James is actually taking control of the center of the ring here, and he's trying to basically keep uh, Cooper at range with his jab, and then once he comes lunging in, he's trying to land that uppercut, the left uppercut to the body, which is smart because Cooper's head movement is very slick, and the jab has been pretty much neutralized. It's really not landed very much at all. So it's that uppercut to the body, which has probably been the most dangerous punch, as well as the hook that he's been throwing when James pivots to the side. When he pivots to his right and throws the right hook, that right hook pivoting to the side, and then the left uppercut when Cooper comes lunging in. Those are the two, I think, best punches. The jab has not been effective at all, though, because of the very good head movement from Owen Cooper. Both of these guys are undefeated, by the way. James is 12-0 and Cooper is 9-0. And yeah, it's been a pretty competitive fight so far. Owen Cooper has very impressive stamina as well. Like, his volume, has been consistent from the opening bell pretty much. He hasn't slowed down much at all. His conditioning is very good. He hasn't landed any big shots since the first round, but he keeps he keeps getting closer. Ooh, another nice hook from Cooper. The advantage Cooper has is if either guy gets the knockout, it's looking a lot more likely that it's gonna be Owen Cooper. Ethan James hasn't landed anything of substantial power. So the problem he's gonna have is that he probably needs to win at least 5 of the 6 rounds on points, or rather, he probably needs to win 5 of the 6 remaining rounds in order to win the fight on points. Whereas I think Ethan Cooper is still looking like the more likely fighter to actually get a knockout. So it looks like the next fight coming up is gonna be Dennis McCann against Brad Strand. They haven't actually said that officially, but that's who they're showing warming up now. I don't have the commentary on. Um, Kash Ali upset. Let's go. Has Joyce gone yet? No, Joe Joyce hasn't gone yet. It looks like Dennis McCann against Brad Strand is going to be up next, and then Joe Joyce after that, maybe. I'm not sure. I don't think Kash Ali is going to get the upset. And the reason why is because he lets his hands go and he does have decent hooks and decent uppercuts, but he really telegraphs his punches. Like his uppercut is probably his best punch, but he really cocks it back so much that it's very, I think, going to be an easy punch for Joe Joyce to read. So what I'm expecting to happen is that Joe Joyce will actually be able to get the KO within 5 rounds. And I think he's going to be able to do it. Maybe even I'll go so far as to say that he does it with a hook. When Kash Ali has his hands down. We're in round 6, by the way. If you guys aren't watching a stream of this fight, I encourage you to go and find one as well, because this is very competitive, very entertaining fight. Whoa. James got tagged there. He's managing to stay on his feet, but like I say, it's only one big punch away from ending, and Cooper is the one who's going to land that big punch. There hasn't been anything from James where Cooper's been put in serious trouble. And that's the problem he's got, really. James has got Cooper up against the ropes. He's trying to land something, but he's letting his hands go, but not a lot of punches are actually landing. Cooper's doing a good job of covering up. Cooper's trying to land some uppercuts of his own. They're both trying to trade uppercuts. They're both kind of missing, though. Not a lot of stuff is actually landing. The head movement of Cooper, the stamina, the conditioning of Cooper, and the power behind his shots, that's been the difference so far. He's just been using his mobility and his stamina, and it's just meant that Ethan James, rather, is not able to actually do enough damage. Even on this exchange on the inside, Cooper's the one backed up against the ropes, but at the very least, this is a 50-50 exchange. Like, Cooper is not getting beaten up here. He's landing at least as many punches as he's taking. This whole round has pretty much been up against the ropes. Cooper's up against the ropes. James is trying to let his hands go, but as has been the case throughout the whole fight, he's just not landing enough for me. This round is definitely close. There's 30 seconds left, and it could still go either way. Ethan James is managing to let his hands go, but Cooper's landed a lot of punches himself, and that's the problem. These close rounds, if even 1 or 2 of them go towards Cooper, combine that with the early rounds and the knockdown, and it's looking increasingly like Ethan James is going to need to actually get a knockout here. It's been a very competitive fight now, in fairness, though, through 6 rounds. They got 4 rounds to go, and I think Ethan James probably needs to win all 4 of these rounds if he wants to have a chance of winning the fight on points. How do you guys have this one going? Whew. The next fight coming up, if it is McCann against Strand, I favor Dennis McCann to win that one. But again, it's another one where it's, at least on paper, somewhat competitive. I think Dennis McCann probably gets it done. But Brad Strand is not an enormous underdog. That's what I like about this card. There's just a lot of fights that are pretty competitive. Even Pierce O'Leary, he was a minus 750 favorite against Matarosian, but the fight itself was very competitive. Even if the favorite did actually end up winning, it was very entertaining. It was very competitive. Round 7 is just getting underway, by the way. So it's been a similar story so far in this round compared to pretty much every other round in the fight, which is that Ethan James trying to stay on the outside, trying to use his jab. Cooper still landing more of the power shots. He landed a good left hook there as well. It didn't cause James super problems, but it's just another big heavy punch landed. And James is just not landed enough power shots of his own or even enough volume of shots. That's the thing. It's kind of hard to score these rounds in James' favor when he's not landing the heavier shots and he's arguably not landing a higher volume either. Cooper's head movement is very impressive. It's making it very difficult for Ethan James to land his jab. The action is taking place with Cooper trying to walk James down. James has got his back to the ropes. He's trying to pivot and land shots as he pivots to the right-hand side, but they're just not landing. Halfway through the round, he's got 4 rounds to get something to happen here, but it's getting to the point where I think Ethan James needs a knockout. But who knows? Who knows how the judges are scoring it? Maybe you guys are scoring it totally differently to how I am. Maybe you guys are scoring it totally differently to how I am. Hope everyone's having a good weekend as well. Hope everyone's enjoying this card. Happy St. Patrick's Day weekend. Everyone who's celebrating St. Patrick's Day. Ooh, another couple of shots landed from Cooper. I wonder how much that extra 20, 30 seconds that the referee bought Ethan James as well, how much that actually played into keeping him on his feet this far. He might not even have made it out of the first round otherwise, but he's done well to actually recover and get through at least 7 rounds. It's looking like he's going to get through 7 rounds. Got 10 seconds left in the round. The action's taking place in the middle of the ring. Ooh, a couple of nice shots landed from Cooper. He's trying to land his hooks. Right hook, left hook. They both missed. But you can tell there's a lot of power behind them. From the shots, there's like camera angles that they're showing on TV. It looks like the crowd is pretty full at this point. Which is good. They're showing Zach Parker warming up backstage now, actually. So I don't know which fight's coming up. Maybe it's not McCann against Strand. Maybe it's Parker. Excuse me. Against I don't know which fight's actually coming up next. Who knows? Maybe it is Joe Joyce. I'm confused now. If anybody actually knows what fight's coming up next, put it in the chat because they've shown a couple of different guys warming up now. We got 3 rounds left. From my point of view, I think Ethan James probably needs at least a knockdown. Cooper's trying to land that hook still. Basically, Ethan James is trying to land his jab. Cooper's trying to duck underneath it and land the hook. And James is also trying to pivot to the side and land his own hook whenever Cooper comes lunging forward. It was basically a little bit of a chess match right now. But like I keep saying, the big problem is that Cooper is landing just enough power punches where even from my point of view, even if he doesn't get the knockout, he's probably going to pick up enough of these rounds where he's going to win the fight on points. Because James just is not landing power shots, but he's not landing enough volume either. He's letting his hands go, but the head movement from Cooper means that these punches are not actually landing. Cooper, by the way, just landed a straight left on the chin, and now he landed a right as well, straight right. James got wobbled a little bit. Now he got hit with a straight left again, and another one. James is in a little bit of trouble here. His legs haven't gone or anything like that, but he did just get hit by 3 or 4 straight rights and lefts, and it's slowing him down just a little bit. Cooper has got 1 minute and 30 seconds to land a power punch, and I think he might actually have James in trouble here because he's landed quite a few good shots already in this round. They're backed up against the ropes now. James has actually got Cooper backed up against the ropes. But even when that happens, actually Cooper at least gets 50% of the exchanges when he's backed against the ropes. So it's not like James is actually dominating these exchanges, even when he's the aggressor. He probably needed, in retrospect, Ethan James to actually work the body sooner because he hasn't been able to hit the head of Cooper at all. Cooper's head movement has been very slick. James has tried to use his uppercuts to attack the body, but I think he needed to attack the body with his jab as well. He's been trying to jab to the head, but he's just been missing and missing and missing and missing. I think throwing some more jabs to the body, probably a little bit too late for that now. He probably needs to actually try and get a knockout here, but throwing some more jabs to the body probably earlier in the fight would have been more effective at neutralizing Cooper's movement. Now, don't get me wrong. They're in the center of the ring, by the way. The round's just about to end. Like, both guys are really giving their best effort here. Like, you can't fault either guy for putting on a lack of effort, but Cooper is just doing enough for me to win the majority of the rounds. Ethan James is looking a little bit more fatigued as well. He's looking a little bit more fatigued in the corner. Cooper is sitting down, like, he's not bouncing on his tiptoes, raring to go between rounds, but he doesn't look totally exhausted by any means either. Just based on body language, it looks like Ethan James is more tired, more fatigued. So that's going to actually increase the chances of Cooper landing a power punch. Cooper comes charging out of his corner to start round 9. He's trying to take control of the center of the ring. Well, he is taking control of the center of the ring, and he's letting his hands go. And this is what he needs to do because he's got 2 rounds now, from my point of view, to get the knockout. He's got to let his hands go. And honestly, he's got to accept the fact that he might actually get caught with something coming back from Cooper, because if he does, he's just going to lose a point decision as far as I'm concerned. So he needs to let his hands go, which he has been doing to start this round. He's worried still about that hook coming back in over the top. That's the problem. He's still a little bit gun shy after being caught a few times, and he gets caught, just as I say that, again with another hook. When he gets on the inside, he can win the clinches because he's the taller man and he's being able to actually push Cooper's head down, but he can't afford to be spending too much time in the clinches because he's only got 5 minutes, 2 minutes in this round, 3 minutes in round 10 to actually get the knockout. Cooper's got his back against the ropes and James is trying to walk him down, but again, Cooper comes out with a couple of straight left hands, and he actually is the one landing the stronger punches, even though he's the one with his back on the ropes. James is trying to push Cooper's head down in the clinches. These are tactics that would have been useful earlier on in the fight. There isn't enough time to tire Owen Cooper out now. He needs to actually go for the knockout. He needs to let his hands go. He can't afford to just be trying to jab to the head. James did a nice job of stepping back and trying to land a hook when Cooper came lunging in, but he missed. Cooper's still trying to go for the knockout. There's a minute left in round 9. He's still trying to go for the knockout by catching James with a big hook coming over the top. If this fight ends by KO, it's going to be if Owen Cooper lands one of those big hooks. Ethan James is looking noticeably fatigued, and that's why he's having to clinch so much. But unfortunately, those tactics aren't going to be effective when he's only got 4 minutes left to try, 3 minutes and 30 seconds now to try and actually get a knockout effectively, as far as I'm concerned. And it's not going to help as well when the body language really makes it look like Owen Cooper is the one in control of the fight. Owen Cooper was the underdog according to the bookies, and it looks like he's about 1 round away, assuming he doesn't get knocked out, from actually bringing the minor upset here. Oh, big hook there from Cooper. It wobbled James, and he's just managing to hang on there. He nearly fell over, and it almost looked like Cooper kind of held him up a little bit. Ethan James is looking very, very tired in his corner. It almost looks like, I'm not quite sure what's going on, but it looks like he's arguing with his trainer in his corner. I'm not quite sure what's going on. I don't know if the trainer's talking to the referee and they're waving off the fight. Interesting. They're waving off the fight. Huh. Wow. It looked like Ethan James didn't want his trainer to wave the fight off. He genuinely looked like he wanted to carry on. I don't think it was one of those situations where he wanted to stop, but he was just trying to make it look like he wanted to carry on. I think he honestly did want to carry on, but no, his corner. What do you guys think of that? It's a tricky one because I don't think Ethan James was probably going to win this fight. It didn't look like he was going to get the knockout. I don't know, guys. What do you guys think of that decision by the corner? My gut reaction is it looked like, I think Ethan James could have continued, but I don't think he was probably going to win the fight. And I think there was a very significant chance that Owen Cooper would have knocked him out in that 10th round. So my gut right now is that Ethan James' corner actually probably made the right decision. I don't think he was going to win, honestly, and I think Owen Cooper was just a hook away from potentially getting a pretty big KO in the round 10. I think the problem is Owen Cooper just had a big power advantage. I think if Ethan James had been landing some power shots of his own, I think the corner probably wouldn't have pulled him out. I think the problem was he was getting tagged with the big shots from Owen Cooper, and he wasn't doing enough himself. So I agree with that. But if you guys don't agree with the stoppage, or if you agree with that one, let me know in the comments. I think the corner probably did the right thing there because the reality is that the sooner you come back, the better. There's no point getting, basically he was gonna probably lose this fight. And by not getting KO'd, he can probably come back months earlier than he would have been able to if he gotten blasted out in round 10. So I think the corner probably, on probability that he was gonna not be able to win the fight, I think the corner probably made the smart decision. But, again, another really, really good fight. Both Ethan James and Owen Cooper showed a lot of heart. Showed a lot of skill, actually, especially Ethan Cooper. I was quite impressed with his head movement and the way he was able to neutralize the jab. But that was a good fight. This card is, I was cautiously optimistic about this card, but it's actually been exceeding my estimation so far. Is anybody using the free DAZN trial from Virgin? Oh, so there was a free trial for one thing I noticed is that DAZN is actually twice as expensive in the, for the basic package in the US as it is in the UK, at least the last time I checked. It was 10. How much is DAZN a month now the basic package in the UK? Is it £10 a month still? Because in the US, it's $20. So it's and you don't get anything extra for that, it's just more expensive. But yeah, that was a good fight and a good win. I mean, to be honest, I don't think you could really argue with that. Uh, I think sorry, what am I trying to say? I think basically had the fight gone to the scorecards, it would have ended up the same result. I think Cooper, even though it was a very back and forth fight, and even though the actual action in the ring was good, I think Cooper pretty much dominated, um, the power punch exchanges, and I think that's basically what made the difference. I think that if you don't have the power to keep the opponent off you, and Ethan James didn't, and you're not landing enough volume, then it's just hard to argue, and then when you add in that knockdown in the first round, then yeah, that pretty much sums up what happened. Oh, yeah, so Fight Life UK. See, this is the thing with DAZN. I don't like signing up to DAZN either because it's the weirdest thing that they actually try and make you sign up for the whole year at once, even if you bill monthly. I really don't like that because it's like very like they're the only streaming service that I subscribe to that does that. Every single other streaming service, not just sports ones, but Netflix, whatever, you can always cancel month to month. But this one, it's the only one where they make you sign up for a whole year. Because this card is airing in the US on ESPN. It's the same thing. You can just cancel month to month. In fact, I accidentally signed up for the whole year. I didn't want to for ESPN, and they just refunded it and put me on the month to month one. So it was not a problem. But yeah, the zone trying to get you to sign up for the whole year. I don't really like that. Okay, so it is Dennis McCann against Brad Strand coming up next. I think this is going to be another pretty competitive fight, to be honest. This one's at super bantamweight, by the way, for those that don't know. Dennis McCann is 14, 14-0. He has a draw on his record as well, actually. At super bantamweight, 122 pounds. Dennis McCann is the minus 300 favorite. Brad Strand is plus 230, if I remember correctly, something like that. But both guys are undefeated. I think we might get another competitive fight here. I like what I've seen more from from Dennis McCann. I think he is going to win this fight, but based on what we've seen in the first two, we've had one upset, and then one. So we had two competitive fights. One of them ended up with Pierce O'Leary, who was the favorite, but the fight itself was a lot more competitive than the odds suggested it was going to be. And then Owen Cooper won as the underdog in that last one. And that was for the English welterweight title as well, by the way. But I don't think Brad Strand is going to win this one, but I do think we're going to get a competitive fight. Let's see though. Let's see what we can get up. Yeah, yeah. DAZN, in my opinion, is the worst streaming service as far as the fact that they actually try and get you to sign up for the whole year. It's a lot more of a hassle compared to the other ones, in my opinion. At least in the US, the ESPN is a lot better, in my opinion. And ESPN airs, um, I think, most of the fights that are on TNT Sport in the UK. Um, I don't know if that's because also Frank Warren and Queensbury and Top Rank, because ESPN mainly airs the Top Rank shows in the US, and so I don't know if that's because that you know Top Rank and ESPN have the working relationship, but basically most of the shows that air on TNT in the UK air on ESPN in the US. And their subscription service, yes, just you cancel and you can sign up month to month. So I cancel it sometimes when there's not any fights that I really desperately want to pay for airing on it. The good thing I will say about the recent Saudi cards is that they're actually putting them um, on different networks, and not just on DAZN exclusively or on Sky exclusively or on TNT. Because I'm not mistaken, Fury against Usyk in the UK is airing on everything, and I believe it's airing on both DAZN and ESPN in the US. I'm not 100% sure. I'm pretty sure it is airing on both and on Sky, TNT, and DAZN in the UK, and I think that's a lot better for the fans. Thank you everyone for tuning in as well. Hope everyone's having a good weekend, enjoying the fight so far. There's another one coming up tonight as well, in Vegas. Zapata against Maxie Hughes. Floyd Schofield's on that card as well. Floyd Schofield's a lightweight prospect. If you guys haven't seen him yet, 16-0. He's in a 10-rounder tonight on the Golden Boy card in Vegas. And Floyd Schofield is another one of these prospects at 135 pounds, who I think is really interesting and worth paying attention to. How many cards are done, John Kelso? How many cards are done in the results, please? So, let me just check. We've had 2 fights so far on the main card. So Joe Joyce hasn't gone yet. Joe Joyce against Kash Ali is going to be happening at some point later on. The first fight on the main card was Pierce O'Leary against Matt Erosion, and that was I believe it was a stoppage win for Pierce O'Leary in round 9 or round 8 or 9. And then the second fight we had on the card was Ethan James against Owen Cooper, the one that just finished. Owen Cooper managing to win that fight after Ethan James' corner waved it off at the end of round 9. So the next fight we're just getting into now, Brad Strand against Dennis McCann at super bantamweight. So this one is the third fight on the main card. Brad Strand is in the ring now, and Dennis McCann is just making his entrance. There was a YouTube portion pre-show as well, so I don't know which fights were airing on that. I'm not 100% sure. Joe Joyce obviously wasn't on the pre-show, but I'm not sure which ones were actually on the pre-show portion of the show. I like the green outfit from Dennis McCann. He looks very focused. He seems very focused as well this week in the press conferences and at the weigh-in. I thought he looked quite good at the weigh-in. I mean, as good as you can look when you have to weigh in at 120 pounds. Like I definitely couldn't do that. But I always have a lot of respect for these smaller guys as well, because they have to go through, in general, all of the same stuff that the bigger weight classes have to go through, but realistically, for a lot less, in most cases, a lot less attention from the mainstream press and a lot less prize money. But they still put their bodies through the same training camps, the same sparring. And in some ways, the fights themselves are sometimes more dangerous in the sense that they go the whole 10 rounds, 12 rounds at a much more ferocious pace, a lot more punches being thrown, a lot more punches landing. Not like at heavyweight where you can throw 3 punches around like Zhang did against Parker and not take a lot of punishment. And these guys in the smaller weight classes, they don't get the attention, but they put their bodies through just as much as the bigger guys, so they deserve a lot of credit. So, yeah, so this one is taking place in the super bantamweight division. Brad Strand is 11-0 against Dennis McCann, who's 14-0-1. McCann is a -300 favorite, Strand a +230 underdog. Both guys weighed in at exactly the same weight as well, 121.1 pounds. Look, Brad Strand doesn't come across great in interviews, I'll be honest. Dennis McCann at the press conference, he tried to have a little bit of banter. He tried to stir the pot a little bit. And Brad Strand didn't really bite back. He didn't really say anything. He's not the most entertaining guy at the press conferences and the interviews. So just based on that, if you didn't know anything about either fighter, it doesn't come across like he has a huge amount of confidence. Dennis McCann came across a lot more confident, a lot more sure of himself. But the fights that we've had on this card so far, they've both been very competitive. I think we're going to get a competitive fight here as well. I think Brad Strand is going to probably ultimately lose, but I think that he's going to do. I think he's going to do well. Dennis McCann looks very focused now. He's got that green outfit on. All right. Just about to get this one underway, guys. Just seconds away from the opening bell. Round one is about to start. Who's going to win this one, guys? Brad Strand, Dennis McCann. Who's going to win this one? Wayne? No, Joe Joyce hasn't fought yet. I'm guessing he's probably the schedule I saw. Round one is underway, by the way, in this one. The schedule I saw had Joe Joyce actually starting around 4 o'clock. But I mean, it's obvious 4 o'clock on the East Coast. It's obviously past that now. So honestly, it could be any time. Unless somebody knows the exact running order of the fight. I think the card is probably going to end in about 2 to 2.5 hours. Joe Joyce is not in the main event. So my best guess is that Joe Joyce is going to be coming up in about 30 minutes to an hour, but that's just a guess. And it will depend, obviously, on how long this fight goes. So I don't know if they changed the rounds for this one as well, because they've got it listed on the screen as a 12-rounder. I'm sure it was on BoxRec as a 10-rounder. Maybe I'm mistaken. But I thought this one was listed as a 10-rounder on BoxRec earlier in the week. But maybe I'm wrong. At any rate, Dennis McCann, Brad Strand. Not a lot of punches being landed in the first round. It's quite a cagey opening. Brad Strand is trying to take control of the center of the ring. Both guys being quite cautious. Both guys trying to find their range with a jab. Neither one has really landed anything huge or significant. McCann's fighting out of a southpaw stance. Brad Strand, orthodox. Dennis McCann's pawing with the jab, but he's not actually letting his jab go much. Dennis McCann looks a little bit more snappy, I will say, with the shots that he is letting go. He's trying to land that jab out of the southpaw stance. It looks like he's just a little bit shorter than Brad Strand. Either that, but he does have quite a wide stance as well. But anyway, the result of it is that Dennis McCann is trying to throw his jab upwards. And then he's trying to follow with a straight left hand, but neither guy has really landed anything so far. McCann's trying to land his jab. Strand is trying to counter with the right hand. There's a lot of feinting going on. McCann misses with a big left hand. He threw 2 jabs, and then he tried to follow with a left hand, but they all missed. McCann is throwing more punches, but they're not really connecting. Strand is trying to counter. He's trying to move out of range and then counter. That's round 1 over. A tough round to call. I'd probably give it to McCann just based on the fact that I think he was a little bit more aggressive. I don't think Brad Strand landed more than a punch or two in that round. But really and truly, not a lot of difference between those guys. It was very cagey and a lot of feinting. Basically, a lot of feinting and Brad Strand trying to counter. Dennis McCann sort of taking the initiative. Neither guy landing anything. Not a lot really either way to separate them in round number 1. Who's fighting now? So it is Brad Strand against Dennis McCann, which is a super bantamweight fight. They're listing it on the screen as scheduled for 10 rounds. Dennis McCann is the favorite. Brad Strand is the underdog. Round 2 is just getting underway here. Similar situation to the last round. A lot of feinting going on. Brad Strand trying to take. Oh! Unless I say that, Brad Strand is down. He was trying to take control of the center of the ring. I think it was a straight left that put him down. He gets back to his feet. But McCann's trying to land a big hook. Oh! Looked like McCann nearly connected again. He's managed. Oh! Brad Strand is in trouble here. The third fight on the card in a row where we've had a knockdown early on. This one in the second round. But Brad Strand is managing to hang on. He's trying to hang on against the rope. Dennis McCann managing to put him on the ground, and McCann is going to try his best to land another power shot here. He connects with a hook, now an uppercut. Brad Strand is in big trouble here. He's trying to keep McCann off and let his hands go himself. He's trying to push McCann's head down. There's 1 minute and 42 seconds left in the second round. And Dennis McCann is trying to walk Brad Strand down against the ropes. He's trying to look for a power punch to end this fight. Strand does not look good here, guys. He's still got his legs under him, but he does not look confident. And Brad Strand is walking him down. One more power shot is going to put Brad Strand in serious, serious trouble here. Dennis McCann is dominating this round. He's got another minute left. He's trying to let his hands go. If there's one thing Dennis McCann is not doing, he probably could be throwing a few more shots because Brad Strand is there to be hit. And I think if something big connects, Brad Strand is going to be on the ground again and the fight might be over. But Dennis McCann is just being cautious here. He's trying to be careful of not getting hit with a counter shot, being reckless. Oh, Strand manages to counter with a right hook. He hit McCann. Didn't do any serious damage, but it did connect on the chin. 30 seconds left in the round. McCann is trying to feint his way onto the inside. He's trying to land a power punch out of the southpaw stance. He's using his feint. And he's trying to connect with something big to end the round here. 20 seconds left. Brad Strand is trying to stay on the outside. Excuse me. And he's trying to land his own counter right as McCann comes lunging in. Dennis McCann is actually not throwing as many punches as he could, but he's also not getting hit with any counters. He's not taking unnecessary risks. So he's not going all out to win the fight in this round. And indeed, the bell goes. So we're going to see round 3, but at the same time, he didn't walk into anything. And I said in the first round, McCann needs to be wary of those counters from Brad Strand. And yeah, he was being cautious, but he looks very confident in the corner. If he comes out and has a third round like that, there's a very good chance he's going to get this fight over with. Berkeley Moses is so weird you can't see the Joyce fight. Yeah, Joyce hasn't happened yet. I mean, unless Unless he was on the pre-show and I missed it, but I'm 99% sure that didn't happen. So, Joe Joyce is still coming up. If Dennis McCann comes out, though, I will say this, if Dennis McCann comes out this round like he did in the last one, it could be over here. Round 3 is underway. Dennis McCann is trying to feint his way onto the inside. He's using his jab to try and set up a big left hand out of the southpaw stance. McCann's actually managing to, or rather not McCann, Brad Strand's actually managing to throw a few counters off. But McCann is only one punch away still. But Strand is actually managing to recover just a little bit. It's a fine balance for McCann. He's got to try and avoid getting hit with a counter, but at the same time, if he's too passive, if he doesn't let his hands go enough, then he's going to let Brad Strand recover, and he's going to waste the damage that he accumulated in the first round. Brad Strand will eventually recover. He won't be as wobbly as he might be right now. So McCann has got to try and, I think, pick up the pace just a little bit. He's being a little bit too passive. Like I say, he's not getting countered, but he's also not landing anything at the moment either. I'd like to see him throw a few more punches. Neither guy is really letting his hands go. A lot of feinting. Brad Strand, though, comes forward and lands a couple of shots. The right hand landed on the chin of McCann, but it didn't do any substantial damage. Now again, McCann and Strand backed up against the ropes, but Strand manages to pivot away, and now they're in the middle of the ring. Dennis McCann just looks sharper. He just looks more dangerous. The only real threat that Brad Strand is posing is with that counter right hand. If he connects with that, it does look like it's got some heat on that punch. But other than that, Dennis McCann looks like the more dangerous fighter at the moment. He looks very focused coming in. Brad Strand's trying to counter McCann with that right hand because McCann is on the is out of the southpaw stance. So it's that right hand that he's Strand is looking to counter with. But yeah, neither guy is really taking control of this round. It's been the best round of the fight so far for Brad Strand in the sense that he hasn't gotten caught with anything super damaging, and he's managed to actually land a few shots of his own. 10 seconds left in round 3, so it looks like Brad Strand's going to make it to at least the 4th round. Bell's going to ring any second now. There we go. So we're into round 4. I think Dennis McCann was just a little bit too passive there. He took a little bit, his face is a little bit marked up now after that one. He just took a little bit too much time off, I think. I don't know if he was too cautious of being countered. I don't know if he thought that Brad Strand was wobbled and all it would take would be one punch to get him out of there. But I think if McCann had been a little bit more loose with his hands, he wouldn't have allowed Brad Strand to recover. As it stands now, though, going into round 4, I think that Brad Strand is got a second wind a little bit. They're showing Nick Ball in the crowd as well. What did you guys think of the result of the Nick Ball fight in Saudi Arabia? I personally thought that the draw was, as I was watching it live, I thought that the draw probably was a pretty fair result. What did you guys think of the Nick Ball? Frank Warren obviously wasn't happy. We're underway in round 4, by the way. Dennis McCann, Brad Strand. Similar situation to the previous ones. A lot of feints from McCann. Brad Strand trying to counter. And not a lot of punches being landed by either guy. Oh, Dennis McCann comes in with a big uppercut, but he missed. Nice head movement from Strand to get out of the way of that one. Wild left hook as well from McCann, but he missed. Oh, another missed hook from Strand there. Both guys missing with some big shots. Another straight left by McCann doesn't connect. Brad Strand able to get out of the way. It's another good fight, though. It's another competitive fight. Dennis McCann's probably up by 3 rounds, I would say, on the scorecards, but the actual round-to-round action has been pretty competitive. Strand now fires back, but he misses. Kash to win by KO. It's not impossible. I would be very surprised. I'd be very surprised if Kash Ali. Kash Ali does have some decent power behind his punches. I will say that. I'd be surprised if he can actually land enough to cause Joe Joyce significant problems, but he does throw some nice power shots. He has a nice uppercut. He just telegraphs it a lot. Kash Ali, I don't know too much about him, or I didn't know too much about him before the build up to this fight. He seems like a nice guy. And I think he does actually have some decent skills, but I really think that he's just a bad, or Joe Joyce is a bad style matchup for him. I think it's going to be very, very disappointing from Joe Joyce's point of view if he gets upset in this one. If Kash Ali pulls off the upset, I mean, he's going to deserve a lot of credit because Joe Joyce is still a very, very dangerous fighter. What I'm interested to see is, McCann managing to catch Brad Strand at the end of the round there. Brad Strand is looking tired in his corner. McCann's looking fresher, and again, he's landing the more powerful punches. But anyway, where was I? I'm just looking. Kell Brook is in the crowd there. He's talking about a comeback as well, Kell Brook. But at any rate, Joe Joyce. If Joe Joyce comes in and he looks even worse than he did against Zhang in terms of not a lot of movement, he's already heavier. We already know that. Even if he gets the knockout victory, that's not going to be very impressive, in my opinion. Like, what we need to see from Joe Joyce, we need to see some improvements to his actual skill set because he's expected to beat Kash Ali. And if he's trying to get back in there and actually rebuild himself and be able to actually still have a chance of becoming a world champion, it's his skill set that needs to improve. I mean, even the old Joe Joyce should have been able to beat someone like Kash Ali. It was not really about getting the victory. It's more for me about how does he look? What kind of improvements does he show? That's what I'm really interested in from Joe Joyce's point of view. And so far, I'm concerned because I really, really don't like the idea of him putting on extra weight. We're in round 5, by the way, of this one, McCann against Strand. But I really don't like the idea of Joe Joyce putting on extra weight. He was already too heavy, in my opinion, against Zhang in the second fight, like way too heavy, probably 20, maybe even 30 pounds heavier than he needed to be. I mean, it didn't help him either because he got KO'd. We saw Ngannou just getting KO'd by Anthony Joshua. Like, I don't think the idea of these guys coming in, at 270, 280, 290 pounds like Zhang was, I don't think it's helpful. And I don't think it makes you significantly more durable because if it did, then we would have. Brad Strand just got pushed to the ground there. He was on the ground, but the referee said no knockdown. But it is looking more and more like the fight is turning in favor of McCann. At least more from a body language point of view. Like, Brad Strand is still dangerous, But McCann has got the better body language. He's just looking more confident. McCann is still trying to land that big power shot. Strand is trying to catch him with a counter as he comes in. We've got a minute left in round 5 here. McCann looks good, though. His head movement's been good. He lands a couple of shots there. Really, it's just that counter right hand from Strand that's giving McCann problems. Other than that, McCann is winning this fight. You didn't think it was a draw for sure. Does that mean you had Nick Paul winning? I haven't rewatched the fight, I have to say, so I'm not dead set in my opinion that it was a draw. I only watched it once live. I haven't watched it since. I thought Nick Paul was gonna win that one, though, I will say. I was actually gonna place a bet on Nick Paul to win it. I didn't in the end, so I'm glad I didn't because it could have been if I had done, I would have lost the draw. But, yeah, if you guys didn't if anybody didn't think that fight was a draw, I could certainly see that. Okay. So Brad Strand is, I think, heading for a points loss here unless he, gets his act together a bit and actually manages to land some shots here. So they're showing Parker warming up in the changing room now. So I wonder if Zach Parker is actually coming up next, not Joe Joyce. Alrighty. Round 6 is underway now. McCann is managing to just look a lot more confident from my point of view, even though there's still not a ton of shots being landed by either guy. It looks like McCann is the hunter, Brad Strand is the hunted, and unless he's able to land that counter right hand, the more confident body language is coming from McCann. He's using decent head movement. 2 minutes left in round number 6 as well. If you're not watching this one live. I've been impressed with McCann so far, though. He looks good. Brad Strand just looking a little bit more tired. McCann now doing a good job of pushing his head down as well in the clinch. It's just little things like that that I think will help influence the judges as well in McCann's favor as he tries to land, a big left hand out of that southpaw stance down the middle. Tries for an uppercut as well. McCann is not landing a huge amount of punches, but Strand is really not landing much at all. So if you're scoring this one, there's not a ton of reason, I think, to give these rounds to Brad Strand as we have 1 minute left in round number 6. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break after this round, just in between the rounds here as well. But 1 minute left in round number 6. Strand is trying his best to keep McCann off him. And he's managing to survive, but his nose is busted up as well. McCann looks relatively clean on his face. He's got a few marks, but McCann, or rather Strand, is taking more damage for sure. His face is more busted up. His nose is more busted up. McCann is really managing to if not completely dominate the fight, then at least show the more impressive body language. All right, this round is going to come to a conclusion. I am going to take a quick break, just go to the bathroom before round 7 gets underway, guys. I'll be right back. All right. I am back. What can I say, guys? That's terribly unprofessional, but I was desperate and I don't want to pee my pants live on a YouTube stream, okay? So any streams, YouTube? Is any channel commentary or any streams? Yeah, so this one is not streaming on YouTube. There's a pre-show portion on YouTube. So just to be clear, you can't show any footage of the actual fights on YouTube, otherwise you'll get flagged for copyright. So I'm certainly not going to be actually streaming the actual fight action itself. This is just commentary, same as a lot of the other channels do. They don't actually show for, at least they're not supposed to be actually showing footage of the actual fights, just providing commentary over the action. So you want to actually watch the fights itself, there are, as we're in round 7, by the way, there are obviously streams available, or you can find it on TNT Sport in the UK, on ESPN Plus in the States, and probably on other channels in other countries as well, although I can only speak for those two. So we got a minute left. I missed the first 2 minutes of round number 7. Like I said, I was pretty desperate, had to run to the bathroom. Completely unprofessional, I know, leaving in the middle of the fight. But what are you going to do? If there's one complaint I have, I think from Dennis McCann, is just that he could have landed a few more punches. And I think he probably could have got a stoppage already. Like McCann, I don't know, McCann must have a pretty devastating right hand that, or rather Strand must, that McCann is being very wary of getting hit with a counter shot. Because it's a little bit frustrating watching this, actually. I think if McCann was just to be a little bit more loose with his hands, he could actually have gotten Strand out of there. He's landing more shots. He's winning these rounds, I'm pretty sure. But he's just not doing enough to actually get the knockout. So that's round 7 in the books. We've got 3 more rounds to go. No, actually, sorry. This is a 12-rounder, isn't it? It's not a 10-rounder. Well, that's what they said earlier anyway. This is a 12-rounder. So you've still got quite a few rounds to go then. Joe Joyce next. I'm not 100% sure. It could be Joe Joyce next, or it could be Zach Parker against Tyrone, what's his name? Zoiga. because they've showed Zach Parker warming up a couple of times in between rounds. They've shown him warming up in the back, and they haven't actually shown Joe Joyce, unless I've missed it. I haven't seen a shot of either Joe Joyce or Kash Ali warming up. I'm wondering if that one. So by the way, we're just getting into the start of round 8 here between Strand and McCann. I'm wondering if this is just me speculating, but I wonder if Joe Joyce against Kash Ali is going to go on second from last, because it's not the main event, but I think it might be the second fight before the main event. I mean, realistically, Joe Joyce is the biggest name on this card, so it kind of makes sense that he would go on in a big position on the card. I don't know how many people in this crowd are here just to see Joe, but I guess they don't want to put him on too early and then have the a significant portion of the crowd leave. Who's going to be Does anyone know if the Dylan White fight is actually on TV tomorrow? I was looking yesterday and I couldn't even see any information about Dylan White's fight against Christian Hammer actually being televised. It's taking place in Ireland, but is it being shown on TV in Ireland? I don't think they've announced it. I don't think they've announced it for DAZN or TNT, or I couldn't find any information as far as whether that fight was being, maybe it's being streamed on YouTube. I'm not sure. And it's weird as well because Dylan White's a big name. I know that he's got the issues with the failed drug test, and it sounds like there's some legal stuff going on behind the scenes, but still, it's be pretty disappointing if his comeback fight is not shown on TV. So I'm looking forward to seeing that one too, and seeing who looks better and who looks like they've made more improvements, because Dylan White's been out for quite a while now, and Joe Joyce has been out himself since September. So both guys have had an opportunity to make significant improvements, or at least some improvements. So I'm really curious to see what they're going to look like. We're almost at the end of round number 8, by the way. It's been pretty much the same as all the previous rounds, with Dennis McCann winning the round, showing the more aggression, better body language. Strand on the back foot, trying to counter, but not really landing a lot. So there's 10 seconds left in the round. I'm pretty sure this is another McCann round. At this point, McCann's going to win the fight on points if he doesn't stop Brad Strand. That's round 8, and round 8 done. But we're in this interesting situation now here where you've got a whole bunch of heavyweights all kind of around the same level. They've all kind of got to rebuild, or they're in the process of rebuilding, and a lot of them have kind of got wins and losses against each other. So I'm talking about Dubois, Joe Joyce, Dylan White, Zhang, Joseph Parker. Joseph Parker is arguably now, as much as it's a surprise, Joseph Parker's arguably put himself in the top 5 in the world now. I mean, you've got Fury, Usyk, Joshua, probably by default Hrgovic, just because he hasn't fought and been involved in any of these fights. So he hasn't won, but he hasn't lost either. And then probably Joseph Parker is realistically probably a number 5 heavyweight in the world at this point in time. And then underneath that, you've got Dubois, you've got a whole bunch of other guys. So it's going to be interesting, because if Fury gets, by the way, we're in round 9 of McCann against Strand, but if Fury Usyk winner, that I think it's going to be Usyk, but we'll see. But if the winner of that one gets stripped of some or all of those belts, especially if it's the WBO belt, that's going to create an interesting situation, because you could almost have this tournament where Zhang and Parker end up having a rematch for the WBO full title, And then you've also got Joe Joyce waiting in the wings, potentially Daniel Dubois waiting in the wings because it seems like Frank Warren has a good relationship with the WBO. So you could almost have this mini tournament for the full WBO belt between Zhang, Parker, Joe Joyce, Daniel Dubois. Maybe you even throw Jared Anderson in there. And then meanwhile, you have Usyk, Fury, and probably Anthony Joshua, it looks like, and then maybe Hrgovic as well, sort of contesting those other belts. And then underneath that, you have somewhere where Francis Ngannou and presumably Deontay Wilder are going to slot in there somewhere as well. There's a lot of interesting scenarios in the heavyweight division right now. So this ninth round is pretty much the same as how the other rounds have played out. So there's not really a lot to add to it. If it carries on like this, then Dennis McCann is going to win this fight, I think, quite comfortably on points. And he deserves to. He's done better in this fight than Brad Strand. You can't make an argument from my point of view for Brad Strand to win this one on points, but there's also not a lot new to say in each round. So I think we're going to get Parker against, unless they've said on the commentary otherwise, I think we're going to get Parker against Zoiga next. And then we could get Joe Joyce after that, or maybe we'll get Liam Davies against Eric Robles Ayala, and then Joe Joyce after that. So I'm not 100% sure. I'm surprised Joe Joyce is as big of a favorite as he is, actually, because Kash Ali's not that bad. Like I'm pretty confident that Joe Joyce is going to win, but Kash Ali's not terrible. Oh, Brad Strand actually did land a nice left hook there, but it pretty much just bounced off the chin of McCann. It was a clean left hook, and it landed clean, but McCann kind of just shrugged his shoulders and kept walking. It was a good punch, though. UK broadcaster is yet to be confirmed for, I'm assuming, Dan Jones, that you're talking about Dylan White. That is such a weird situation. That is a weird situation. I really don't understand why Dylan White's first fight is not on any form of TV network. I wonder if it's literally going to be on YouTube. Either YouTube or nothing. And it's weird as well because it's on it's the first show for the promoter, if I'm not mistaken. So you've kind of thought that he would want the show actually to be on TV. But it doesn't seem like it. I don't know. I mean, realistically, it's the day before the fight, and there's nothing confirmed. So I'm guessing it's maybe not on TV, which is pretty crazy. Okay, so round 10 is underway here. We've got 3 rounds to go, assuming that we get all the way to the end. Dennis McCann against Brad Strand. Dennis McCann has been very impressive in this fight. Brad Strand, his best punch has basically been his counters. He just hasn't landed any of them. When he throws, when he actually throws, they look like they could do some damage, just none of them are landing. They've got some nice snap to them, but they're just not landing. It's as simple as that. He's just not landing enough punches on Dennis McCann. And McCann is now using, I want to say using his size. He's not using his size, but he's using his physicality in the clinches to push Brad Strand's head down. And Brad Strand, he's having difficulties breathing as well because it looks like his nose is broken. And that's slowing the volume down from him as well, I think. He's trying to let his hands go a couple of times in this round, but like I say, he's just not landing anything. McCann has fought this fight very patiently and very under control, but at the same time, he hasn't stepped on the gas. He's fought it at one pace. I think if you're going to criticize anything about Dennis McCann's performance, it's that he's maybe just been a little bit too cautious. As in, he hasn't thrown enough punches where I think he could have got the knockout, but he's got 30 seconds left in round number 10 at any rate. His corner is actually, McCann's corner is actually signaling him to come forward and let his hands go. He doesn't seem to want to do it. And I don't know if that's just because he doesn't need to, because he knows he's winning the fight on points, because he knows that he doesn't want to take unnecessary punishment, or maybe he's felt the power a couple of times coming from Brad Strand's counters and he's just being extremely cautious. But that's another round in the books for McCann. So Brad Strand now definitely needs the knockout. His face is pretty beat up in the corner. He's got some swelling on his right eye, and his nose is bloodied as well. I think his nose might be broken. They're doing some work on his face in the corner. Both eyes are marked up. He's got swelling under both of his eyes, but the right eye in particular looks worse. And like I say, his nose. He's breathing heavily as well. He's not doing terribly. His trainer now in the corner is telling him basically he doesn't have time to just counter, and it's absolutely correct. He's going to lose this fight on points, and he's taking punishment. The unofficial scorecard on the screen doesn't seem far off the mark to me, honestly. Carl Frampton scored it. He's given 1 round to Brad Strand, and to be honest, I think you couldn't probably give more than a couple of rounds to Strand at best. We're in round 11 now, and he absolutely needs the knockout in order to win this fight. I think even 2 knockdowns, a knockdown in each round wouldn't be, even if he won both of these 10-8, I don't think that would be enough to win the fight on points. I think he simply needs a knockout, and that's it. It looked like he actually did manage to connect on the chin with a hook, but it's just not being followed up with anything. He's literally got 5 minutes here, 2 minutes and 3 minutes, and he's got to get a knockout. It's that simple. And see, now this is where the cautious approach of McCann actually is going to pay off, because he knows that he doesn't need the knockout. And so he doesn't need to take unnecessary risks. So at this point, McCann might as well not go lunging in and get hit with something. He might as well just stick with what he's been doing the whole fight, being aggressive but controlled but cautious and avoiding the counter. If he does that, he's going to be able to last out these last 4 minutes and win this fight very comfortably on points, possibly even a shutout, really. McCann just needs to keep doing what he's doing. If I was in McCann's corner, oh, it looked like Strand managed to catch him there with something. I don't know if McCann slipped or Strand caught him with something. McCann wobbled a little bit. He might have slipped on the canvas, but he did stumble. There's 45 seconds left in the round. Strand coming forward. He's trying to get some sort of miraculous punch that can change the trajectory of the fight. If he manages to put McCann down on the canvas and get him in trouble, he's got a shot, but he needs to get going. He's got 2.5. Oh, McCann wobbles Strand. McCann manages to wobble Strand with about 20 seconds left in the round. Now they're exchanging in the center of the ring. McCann, if I was in McCann's corner, if I was his trainer, I would be telling him at this point just to be cautious. There's no need to take unnecessary risks in this round. Keep doing what he's done the whole time. And I think he will have no problem winning this fight on the scorecards. He just doesn't want to give Strand any unnecessary chances and actually throw the fight away somehow. So what do I think about the Usyk? So Meow, what do I think of the Usyk Fury fight? Um, what do I think? So I think Tyson Fury is going to lose, and I've said this for years now. I think Usyk is and maybe I'll change my mind. Like I'm watching a lot of Usyk and Tyson Fury fights at the moment. Maybe I'll change my mind, but my thoughts on that fight right now is that Tyson Fury is the underdog in that fight, actually, because throughout his entire career, he's sometimes had his worst performances against smaller fighters who have been able to move. And I think that Usyk style-wise is a very, very tricky matchup for Tyson Fury. I think Tyson Fury obviously has the size advantage, but Usyk's not a small man. I mean, he's 6'3", he's 6'4", he's 230 pounds. Like, if you actually look at Usyk in the ring with Anthony Joshua, like he doesn't look that much smaller. He's not really a tiny guy. And Tyson Fury has not been. This is the biggest thing for me. Tyson Fury has not been living the life of a elite level heavyweight boxer in the last little while, as far as I can tell. I mean, I don't know him personally, but from what I can see on the outside, he hasn't been in shape. He hasn't been taking his training seriously. So I think Usyk has been training consistently, and he's a model professional. And at some point, that's going to catch up with Tyson Fury. We're in round 12, by the way, Strand against McCann. So I think Usyk is the favorite in that fight. Having said that, I think Tyson Fury is going to be so embarrassed and humiliated by what happened against Ngannou, and also the fact that Anthony Joshua managed to make it look so easy, that I do think you're going to get a better Tyson Fury than what people expect. I think people are going to be surprised, and I think Tyson Fury is going to look a lot better than he did against Francis Ngannou against Usyk. Tyson Fury, I think, if this basically doesn't make him sort it out, then I don't think anything will. But my feeling is he's going to be taking his training camp very seriously because he's been humiliated by Francis Ngannou, and in a way been humiliated by Anthony Joshua, because Anthony Joshua made the Ngannou fight look so much easier than Tyson Fury did. So I think Tyson Fury is probably going to be taking his training camp a lot more seriously. I think he's going to, and I think he's also secretly very concerned about the Usyk fight. I think he's a lot more nervous about losing to Usyk. I don't think he's scared of Usyk, but I think he's a lot more nervous of losing that fight than what he publicly admits to. So all of that means I think he's going to be taking it a lot more seriously. And assuming that he's listening to Sugar Hill in his camp, I think that Tyson is going to look a lot better. I'm expecting it to be a very competitive fight, but I do think Usyk will win. We'll see. We'll see. What do you guys think? Who's actually taking Usyk, and who's taking Fury at this point? I'm taking Usyk. I think he's the best heavyweight in the world, and I think he'll beat Anthony Joshua in the trilogy fight if that happens. So that was the end of round number 12, by the way. In this fight, McCann against Strand. Dennis McCann has almost certainly won this fight. Brad Strand is looking very dejected in the corner. It wasn't a perfect performance from Dennis McCann. I don't think it was the greatest performance I've ever seen or anything like that, but I thought he was going to win this fight. And unless there's a horrible robbery, he's going to win this one. How many fights till Joyce? A couple of people asked if Fury was cool and Fury too big, too strong. We'll see. I mean, that's also a possibility. That's also a possibility. But my concern with Tyson Fury more than anything is the fact that he's facing a guy who is just a model professional as far as his training. I mean, he's been training literally in a war zone with missiles landing around his house in his training camp for some of his recent fights. And I mean, that's not been enough to throw him off. And then you've got Tyson Fury, who has been coming in overweight and out of shape against Francis Ngannou, lost that fight, in my opinion, on points. And at some point, those things are going to catch up with him. Coming into camp overweight every time, or a lot of the time, who knows if he's drinking too much, if he's whatever he's doing, like these things are going to catch up with him at a certain point. And and we'll see. Now, like I say, I do think we'll get the best Tyson Fury that we've seen in a while, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, Tyson Fury is strong compared to Usyk. He is bigger. I mean, it's an interesting fight. There's no way around it. It's the one I'm most looking forward to out of any boxing match this year. So we're about to get the decision. Yeah, Roy Munson, I agree. Usyk. I mean, it's hard to really find much to say badly about him, honestly. I think he's the most impressive heavyweight out there, not just because of how he is in the ring, but like you say, how he is outside of the ring. He is. I think he's the best role model out there. I hope he wins. I really do hope he wins. The scorecards have been closer than I thought, though. 116, 112. McCann's won this, but the scorecards 116, 112 was closer than I thought. Yeah, I will be upset. I won't lie. I will be disappointed if Tyson Fury wins this one. And I say that as I have followed Tyson Fury's pretty much his whole career since he fought John McDermott. And he's been one of my favorite fighters that whole time. But I will be disappointed if he wins this one because of the way he's, in my opinion, messed the whole division around. Because we've been waiting for that. I mean, the WBC belt has essentially been on the shelf for what, 2 years now? And I just don't like the fact that Tyson Fury has kind of messed around the whole division and really been doing a disservice to a lot of the other guys out there who have actually been fighting and have been waiting in line for their title shots, not just at him, but at other belts. I mean, you could tell how upset Usyk was in those interviews after the cut from Tyson Fury delayed the fight. So if Tyson wins the fight, and I know things aren't always fair, but if Tyson wins the fight after the way he's messed everyone around, I will be very disappointed. So I do hope that Usyk wins. But I also think that it's dangerous to underestimate Tyson Fury. He's usually put in his best performances when people think he's washed up, and he usually puts in his worst performances when he is overconfident. At least that's what I've observed. Fury gets up for big fights. You can only go to the well so many times. Yeah. I never knew that about the ref. I did not know that. The first Tyson Fury fight I ever saw was the second John McDermott fight. Um, I did not know that about the referee though. That's interesting. I mean, yeah, that was yeah, exactly. Learn something new every day. No, I didn't know that about the referee. It's crazy though to think well, I will say this though, John McDermott realistically beat Tyson Fury, and when you consider what Tyson Fury went on to do after that, that's a very it's a win that's only gotten better as time has gone on. Let's put it that way. Because at the time, I don't think as many people expected Tyson Fury to go on and have the career that he's had at that point. What's my prediction, Froststone? My prediction for Joyce against Kash Ali. So Joyce to win that one within 5 rounds. I think he's going to win by knockout. And I would even go as far as to say I think he's going to get the knockout with a hook, because if you look at Kash Ali's fights, he tends to stand on the inside and keep his hands quite low, and he also doesn't really step back. So I think he's going to be wide open for some kind of hook, counter hook. I don't know. I don't like to be too specific, but that's the thing I noticed. Like Joe Joyce on the inside, I think is going to have a field day against Kash Ali if he can close the distance, because he just doesn't step back enough. His feet are not super coordinated, basically. So I don't know who matched these two up, but I think it was good matchmaking in the sense that Joe Joyce is probably going to get a pretty convincing victory. And Kash Ali, I don't think he's even that bad. Like he's not terrible. He actually throws. He's got pretty fast hands when he wants to throw combinations. He doesn't have a huge amount of volume, but he's got some decently fast combinations and he's got some decent power. I just think that the fact that he doesn't really move his feet very well, like his footwork is very uncoordinated. Excuse me. And that means that Joe Joyce is going to be able to I think, walk straight through him. And if he does that, especially with the weight difference as well, 50 pounds weight difference, by the way, if you guys didn't see that. But interestingly, Kash Ali has actually lost 15 pounds from his last fight. So he actually was like about 250 or so. Excuse me. He was about 250 or so, and he's down to 238. So he lost about 15 pounds. Roy Munson, Joyce wins by KO between 4 and 6. Yeah, I would agree with that. Froststone, interested to see how Joyce's punch resistance holds up. Yeah, I agree. Okay, so Zach Parker against Tyrone Zoiga is up next. The thing with Joe Joyce is that his punch resistance, my guess, and we'll see, but my guess is that his punch resistance is probably still not that bad, because at the end of the day, he's only been stopped once, but he just can't stand directly in front of a big 300, 290-pound heavyweight like Zhang and just get hit straight on the chin and not, move. So but then the thing is, Joe Joyce he's only 15-2, but he's been around now for a while. I mean, he turned pro back in 2017, and he hasn't really improved his mobility much in that time. I mean, I literally watched Joe Joyce in the Olympics, and I watched his pro debut against Ian Lewison, and his style has pretty much stayed consistent the whole time. Like, he just doesn't move enough. And I'm hoping that finally losing the fight to Zhang and then seeing Joseph Parker actually win doing the thing that Joyce didn't do, which is move. I'm hoping that's actually going to make Joe maybe try and change up his style a little bit. Because here's the other thing as well, like Joyce and Zhang in particular are both close to 4. Zhang is 40, and what is Joyce, like 38, 39, something like that. I don't think that inherently means that their careers are winding down though, because neither of them have had a lot of fights. Neither of them have been in a lot of wars. I don't see why Joe Joyce couldn't fight for another 5 years, honestly. So he's got time. I mean, maybe even longer than that. I mean, Bernard Hopkins was in a world title fight at 50 because he didn't start boxing as a professional till when did Hopkins turn pro? About 30. Similar age to Joe Joyce, similar age to Zhang. And Hopkins fought till 50. He had a very safe style. And I don't really see why either Joe Joyce or Zhang couldn't have 5 years left in boxing. So I don't think they need to be super desperate. But I think Joe Joyce needs to make some improvements to his style. I think that he I hope he doesn't just take the approach that I'm just going to try and do the same thing over and over again and hope that next time I don't get caught with something, or next time I manage to catch the other guy with something. Like, he has time to actually improve his style. I hope he'll actually do that though. I mean, that's one thing Tyson Fury, I think, doesn't get enough credit for, was the way that he changed his style completely to fight Wilder the second time. And, you know, that's one of Tyson Fury's strengths, is the ability to fight in different styles. If Joe Joyce could just improve his mobility a little bit and not come in as heavy as he did, I think honestly he should be 30, 35 pounds lighter than this. But I'm concerned because it sounds like he's not with Ishmael Salas for this training camp as well. So I don't know if he's not taking it that seriously. It's hard to get a read on Joe Joyce's demeanor because he doesn't say a lot, but I get the sense that he's been eating too much and not been taking it that seriously. At least that was what he was saying. Even, I don't know if he was just trolling or if he actually has been just eating over Christmas and feeling sorry for himself. We'll see it. I'm very, very interested to see how he looks, what improvements he's made, and then also how Dylan White looks tomorrow, because both of those guys are kind of in that group of people that are trying to rebuild their careers. By the way, we're about to get Tyrone Zoiga against Zach Parker at super middleweight is the next fight. Parker is a significant favorite in this one. It's another 10 rounder. Zoiga didn't look super serious in the build up to this at the press conferences and stuff. So I do think Zach Parker probably wins this one comfortably. But we'll see. Win Kash Ali. Where to watch this, guys? Okay, so thank you, Roy Munson. I appreciate it. Yeah, I will still be here. Don't worry. Whenever Joe Joyce comes on. Like I say, they haven't actually announced it yet. So we're just kind of in the dark about when that will be. That's the fight I'm waiting for. But the rest of the show has been pretty good too, honestly. Like, if you're just tuning in for Joe Joyce and not watching any of these other fights, I encourage everybody to tune in. It's on TNT Sport in the UK, on ESPN here in the US, ESPN Plus, that is, and which is the streaming service for anybody in the UK. I don't think this fight's actually on regular TV. I think it's just on the streaming service. But the card itself has been good. Like, the whole card has been pretty entertaining so far. All of the fights have been worth watching. The last one was a little bit. McCann had a good performance against Brad Strand. It was a little bit less exciting. Zach Parker, Tyrone Zoiga is from Germany. Zach Parker is from the UK, from England, and this fight is being fought at super middleweight. It's a 10 rounder, so we're just getting underway in round one here. So let's see what we get. But Zoiga, like I say, He was pretty relaxed. He just honestly didn't look like he was taking it that seriously this week at the press conference, and he definitely doesn't look he's in as good shape as Parker. He was actually about 4 pounds over the weight limit for this fight as well. Which is not super good. Parker, like I say, he's definitely looks a lot leaner, even though they're both at the super middleweight limit. Well, actually, having said that, Zoiga wasn't. He was about 274, I think, actually. But even saying that, he looks like he's quite a bit softer than Zach Parker. Zach Parker just looks a lot sharper. There's not a lot of punches being landed, but he just looks a lot sharper with his feinting right now. His foot movement looks a bit looks a lot sharper. He's managing to pivot around the ring, and he just looks very sharp, Zach Parker. He looks big at the weight as well. Even though he actually weighed less than Zoiga, he looks more muscular. But I think Parker is gonna win this one convincingly. Parker is on the outside. Zoiga's in the center of the ring. Zach Parker could be pushing the pace here a little bit more. He's looking for the correct shot. He's being very patient. But Zoiga doesn't look like he's in shape as much. And so I think Zach Parker could be pushing the pace here, attacking the body, and I think Zoiga will have problems. Parker just looks like he's a lot sharper. He looks like he's more focused. He looks like he's in better shape. One thing Zoiga does have though is he looks like his punches. Round one is just complete, by the way. Zoiga's punches are missing, but they are heavy. So one of two things is going to happen. He's either going to catch Zach Parker with one of those heavy shots, or because the other thing when he throws them, he's getting off balance. So either Zoiga is going to throw something heavy, put himself off balance and get countered, or he's going to connect. And if he does connect, I think he probably has enough weight behind his shots where he can hurt Parker. But I think it's more likely just because of how sharp Zach Parker looks that Zoiga probably is going to be the one to get caught with something in these exchanges. Zoiga, by the way, is a plus 700 underdog in this one. So he is one of the biggest underdogs on this show. The biggest underdog on this show is Kash Ali. He's a plus 1,000 underdog. So if anybody actually seriously thinks Kash Ali is going to win this one, you're going to get some juicy odds. Everyone rooting for Joyce. Yeah, I'm rooting for Joe Joyce as well. I won't pretend that I'm not. But having said that, I think Kash Ali seems like a nice guy, and he does actually have some decent skills. I just think that Joe Joyce is going to be able to walk inside and hit him because Kash Ali tends to keep his hands low when he's on the inside, I should say. So we're in round two now. Oh, Zoiga catches Parker. He caught Parker, and Parker didn't go down, but he did stumble, and now Zoiga's jumping all over him. If Zoiga lets his hands go here, he might actually put Parker on the canvas. The referee's counting now. Zoiga, it looked like he pushed Zach Parker's head down, but the referee's actually counting. So I guess that's going to be scored as a knockdown. Zoiga, if he lets his hands go, could actually score a shocking upset here. Zach Parker looked so much better in terms of his physical shape, in terms of the snap on his punches. But if Zoiga lets his hands go, the thing is, though, I would say Zoiga still needs to probably jump on Parker because if he doesn't get him out of the ring here, I don't know if he's gonna. I don't know if Zoiga's in good enough shape to be able to win this fight on points or even last the distance. I think he wants to try and take advantage of the fact that Parker is hurt. He needs to put some pressure on him. I don't know if Zoiga has the conditioning though. Zoiga's kind of he's coming forward, but he's not throwing any shots. I don't know if it's a conditioning issue. It looks like he's breathing through his mouth a bit. I think Zoiga's conditioning is letting him down a little bit here. I think if he was in a little bit better shape, if he hadn't come in overweight for this fight, he would have been able to actually follow up here. His hands are heavy and they're fast when he lets them go. He just doesn't have the stamina conditioning. And now Zach Parker is backed up against the ropes, but he's actually looking like he's recovered. Zoiga's got power. Like I said, he's got power. He's getting himself off balance. I think Zoiga's issue is his conditioning. It's not where it needs to be. And that's going to be a problem because he's going to keep throwing these wild shots, trying to land one haymaker. And I think eventually Zach Parker is going to counter him. Whoa! Zoiga managing to land another big shot at the end of round 2. But Parker was up against the ropes. So the round's over. Parker manages to survive. I think that was actually scored as a knockdown. So I think if that was a knockdown, the referee did count, then it's going to be a 10-8 round for Zoiga. So in that case, then I think Parker is actually going to be down by 1 round. I think Parker probably won the first one 10-9, but that second one was a 10-8 round for Zoiga. Like I say, I think that Zoiga still needs to be careful because round 3 is about to start. Do not shock if Zoiga gets knocked out later on in this fight if he's not able to get Zach Parker out of here because Zoiga is not in as good condition, I don't think. And it's meaning that he's trying to throw these big haymakers. And the problem is it's getting him out of position. So if he can't actually connect, if he can't KO Zach Parker, then Zoiga is going to be very vulnerable to getting countered. So keep an eye on that if you're watching this fight. Zoiga putting himself out of position. And then Zoiga, on the other hand, if he can land something, he's shown he can put Zach Parker down. We got 2 minutes and 20 seconds left in round number 3. Ooh, another big hook missed from Zoiga. He does have heavy hands. He just doesn't have it doesn't seem to have come in good shape for this fight compared to Zach Parker. It's Zoiga who's on the front foot, though. Zach Parker is trying to use his jab to keep Tyron at range. A minute and a half left in round number 3. Zach Parker looks cautious, though. He's trying to choose the perfect shot, but it also looks like he's being very careful about letting his hands go. I mean, it makes sense because he's got put on the canvas already once. But he's playing into Zoiga's hands because as far as I'm concerned, it's the stamina of Zoiga that's going to be a problem. And so I think the fewer punches that Zach Parker throws, like he's in this round, he's being very cautious, throwing his jab. That's going to play into Zoiga's hands because it's not going to tire him out. It's going to mean that Tyron can walk forward like he's doing, throw 1 and 2 punch combinations, and then recover. Now Zach Parker is coming forward and he's trying to use his jab. But it's really just more of a pawing jab. It's not getting through Zoiga's guard. The referees, they're in the clinch now, and the referee's breaking them up, by the way. But Zach Parker is trying to use his jab to kind of break through the guard of Zoiga. It's just not really working. He's throwing more punches overall, I would say, than Zach Parker, but they're not really landing. And Zoiga is now starting to maul him in the clinches a little bit. There's just too much. Round 3 is over now. There's just too much time for Tyron Zoiga to recover. And that's not what Zach Parker needs to do. Joe Joyce is being interviewed in the back now. So they haven't officially said that he's coming up next, but I wonder if that means he might be. I wonder if this means that Joe Joyce is going to be coming up next. Okay, so Joe Joyce is coming up next. So Joe Joyce against Kash Ali will be coming up next. I'm guessing that means we're talking 20 to 30 minutes from now. Probably closer to 30 minutes from now by the time we get the ring introductions and everything. Maybe even a bit more than 30 minutes away. It's very difficult to get a read on Joe Joyce. Round 4 is underway, by the way. Joe Joyce really not giving a lot away as far as his game plan in that interview or anything like that. It's hard to get a lot of a read on him. Like, I don't know if he's if he's feeling under pressure to put in a good performance here. I mean, I'm sure he is, but what I mean is he doesn't. I guess what I'm trying to say is Joe Joyce doesn't come across as super confident. But then he's hard to get a read on because he doesn't really talk a lot. So we're in round 4, by the way, of this is a 10-round fight between Zach Parker and Tyron Zoiga. Zach Parker is starting to attack the body rather a little bit more, which is good. That will be beneficial because Zoiga's stamina is already causing him problems. This is a bit better round from Zoiga now. Or rather from Parker. This is a better round from Parker. All these fights, though, have been, I mean, so Tyron Zoiga is a significant underdog, like I said, and he's actually winning this fight still on points. At the very least, it's probably even. So all of these fights have either been entertaining, have been good performances. They've featured knockdowns as well. Like the whole thing has been an entertaining card. Zach Parker, I believe he's from Derby, England, against Tyron Zoiga, fighting out of Germany. And then after that, yeah, Joe Joyce against Kash Ali, confirmed to be coming up next. So anybody who's just looking to see Joe Joyce, I encourage everyone to actually tune in and watch these fights because they're good. But Zoiga landing, but he just doesn't have the stamina. He landed a big shot there. He's trying to walk Zach Parker down. Zoiga needs to let his hands go a little bit more, though. He needs to, because he's not going to have the stamina in the later rounds. Round 8, round 9, round 10, he's going to be tired. He's already tired. I think he needs to try and he's a big underdog in this fight. So I think Zoiga needs to take more risks here. And I think he needs to be more aggressive. Zach Parker is starting to turn the fight back into his favor, okay? But Tyron Zoiga is not helping himself. I think he needs to go for it in these next few rounds and try and get another knockdown. If he's able to do that, then he has a chance to win this fight, though. I will say that there is a chance that the upset could happen in this one. And like I say, if anybody actually really feels strongly that Kash Ali is going to win this fight, he's a significant underdog. So I personally wouldn't place a bet on that. I think Joe Joyce is going to win. I'm probably 95% sure that Joe Joyce wins this one. Honestly, and like I say, it's not even that Kash Ali is that bad. I just think that Joe Joyce has the style to beat him, let's say. Assuming, and this is the thing I will say, if Joe Joyce's punch resistance has gone completely, which I don't expect it to, but if it has, then I mean, then in that case, he could be in trouble. Because Kash Ali actually can land some power punches. So if Joe Joyce's punch resistance is gone, if he hasn't improved his aggressiveness, then yeah, he could actually be in trouble. All right, so we got round 5. Zach Parker's doing a lot better now in this round. He's actually managing to start to, I think, take control of this fight a little bit more on the outside with his jab, use his footwork to move around on the outside, and he's keeping Tyron Zoiga at range now with his jab. Even though the jab's not getting through a lot, Zoiga's coming forward. He's trying to just walk Zach Parker down behind the high guard. I would like to see Zach Parker attack the body a bit more, especially because that would bring Zoiga's hands down and allow him to go to the body and then hook to the head. But Zoiga's mouth is open, like he's definitely struggling to breathe. His best punch is still going to be a big power shot out of nowhere. Oh, but you can see there, Zoiga let his hands go a couple of times. Parker was able to duck underneath. But in short bursts, Zoiga's dangerous. Parker needs to just be careful, and he needs to force Tyron to waste whatever he has left. He needs to throw more punches. He needs to attack his body. He needs to move his feet. And Zoiga, I think, needs to just use whatever stamina he has to try and get Parker out of there in the next couple of rounds. Because he's not in shape. But I think if he can really go for it for really just like 2 rounds, he's already shown he could hurt Zach Parker. I don't think he's gonna be able to win the fight on points, though, if it keeps up at this pace because he just doesn't have the volume, and he's not landing enough power punches either. This is probably the worst round of the fight for Zoiga so far, not because he's taken a lot of punches, but because he hasn't thrown very many, he hasn't landed very many. Zach Parker is just bossing the fight on the outside. Parker catches Zoiga with an uppercut there at the end of the round. You can see Zoiga's out of breath going back to his corner. I always root for the underdog, so I thought Zach Parker would win, but I was interested when Zoiga got that knockdown. It doesn't look like at this point that he's gonna be able to follow up on it unless he gets lucky with another big punch. We'll see, we'll see. We will see. Hope everyone's having a good weekend as well. So, in case anybody's joining the stream and hasn't been paying attention to the whole card, we're currently watching Zach Parker against Tyron Zoiga, which is a 10-round fight at super middleweight. We've already seen Dennis McCann beat Brad Strand. We've seen Owen Cooper beat Ethan James. We've seen Pierce O'Leary beat Matarosian. And so we've got Joe Joyce against Kash Ali coming up next. Liam Davies against Eric Robles Ayala. Nathan Heeney against Brad Pauls. So unless I missed something, we've got 3 fights to go after this one. But Zach Parker is doing a lot better now, and he is I think he's gonna get this one on points. if the fight carries on as it is. We're in round 6. Zach Parker managing to use his feet basically. That's the difference in this last couple of rounds. He's moving a lot better, and Zoiga's conditioning is letting him down. Zoiga's basically main attribute is his heavy hands when he actually lets those hooks go. But unfortunately, what he doesn't have, who will win, Jake Paul or Mike Tyson? Hmm. That's an interesting question because first of all, I wish Mike Tyson wasn't taking this fight. I'm gonna be completely serious about this and say that it's let me put it this way, I don't think Customato would have wanted Mike Tyson to take this fight, and I think it's a real shame because I wasn't alive to see Mike Tyson in his heyday, but I've, watched a lot of his fights from his prime, but a lot of people are gonna watch this one. A lot of people are gonna see Mike Tyson who are younger for the first time in this fight. And the reality is it's gonna tarnish his legacy. It's gonna be a big event. Unfortunately, it is gonna get a lot of attention. It's on Netflix. It's Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson still is the face of boxing to a lot of people who don't follow the sport. And a lot of people know who Jake Paul is who don't follow boxing. So you put that all of that together, a lot of people are gonna watch this, and I think it's gonna be really sad. I don't even remember who won the Mike Tyson versus Roy Jones exhibition. I think it was Roy Jones, but I don't even remember. Somebody say in the comments who won that one. It was Roy Jones, wasn't it? Or was it Tyson? The bottom line though is I think it's really sad. The thing I question though is whether the fight is even going to be a legitimate fight because I was at Jake Paul's fight against Andre August, and I don't want to say the fight was fixed, but it almost felt like the fight was fixed in the sense that Andre August didn't even throw a punch. It looked like he was almost going out of his way to not hit Jake Paul. In Jake Paul's last fight, the one in Puerto Rico, same thing. He got an early knockout against a guy who is working as on an oil rig somewhere, not even a full-time fighter. So I don't even know if these fights are real, to be honest with you. Like, I think they are, but I don't know if the opponents when I say real, what I mean is I don't know if the opponents are even trying that hard to win or if they've basically been told to go in there and just not throw any punches. But Mike Tyson, I can't imagine is gonna go for something like that. My gut feeling, if I had to bet on it right now, I think Jake Paul will win. I think that's sad. But the reality is he's 30 years younger than Mike Tyson, or maybe even more than 30 years younger. I mean, he should win, realistically. It doesn't really matter how good Tyson was in his prime. He's nearly 60 years old. And Jake Paul is not even 30, I don't believe. And he's not a terrible athlete. Like, he's nowhere near obviously as good as Tyson was in his prime, but he's not a terrible athlete. And he's 30 years younger. I mean, and if you've seen any of those videos going around of Mike Tyson, he doesn't look great. It looks like he's almost borderline crippled. Draw. It was an exhibition. Dan Jones. Okay, thank you for that. Tyson looked better than Roy Jones. Well, I mean, but that's the other thing, right? Like Roy Jones was another one. Who's fighting right now? So it's Tyron Zoiga against Zach Parker at super middleweight. We're in round 7. Tyson is the GOAT. But see, that's the sad thing is that a lot of people are going to see him for the first time in this fight. And I don't really know why he's doing it either because I doubt he needs the money. I mean, I don't know what his money situation is like, but I can't imagine Mike Tyson is broke. And he can't really I don't know, unless Mike Tyson somehow knocks out Jake Paul and looks like he's 20 years younger than he is, I I don't know. And I don't think it's a great look for Jake Paul either, to be honest, because Jake Paul is either gonna lose to a guy who's and yeah, I know it's Mike Tyson, but it's an old man Mike Tyson relative to Jake Paul. If Jake Paul loses, that's gonna look bad because he'll have lost to Tyson, but Tyson is nearly 30 years older. And if he beats Mike Tyson, that's gonna look terrible too, because what is Tyson doing even in there in the ring at this point? And I don't want Mike Tyson to get knocked out horribly either. But yeah, I mean, the Roy Jones thing, like Roy Jones kind of ruined his reputation at the end of his career by fighting when he was way past his best on these shows in Russia. And it's sad to see that Mike Tyson is kind of, doing the same thing in a way. He doesn't need to be doing this. In a way, like I would understand if this was happening on one of the shows in Saudi Arabia, and maybe even if it was because at least with the Roy Jones fight, they're kind of similar age. It was an exhibition, but as far as I'm concerned or aware, this is a real boxing match. Yeah, Netflix gifting them a payday. Well, exactly. Who's winning? Zach Parker's winning this fight. I think he got knocked down in the second round, but I think he's now winning the fight on points. Joe Joyce is coming up next, by the way. But yeah, I mean, it's not even like George Foreman against Michael Moorer. I mean, for one thing, Jake Paul is not nearly as good as Michael Moorer, and secondly, Tyson's a lot older than George Foreman even was. He's what 12? How old was George Foreman when he beat Michael Moorer? He was 45, I believe. So, he was 45. Tyson's 57, I believe. I'd like to see we're getting, round 8, by the way, underway, Tyron Zoiga against Zach Parker. I would have liked to have seen Tyson, I still would like to see Tyson as a trainer. I think he'd make a very good trainer if he wanted to take that seriously and actually train some heavyweights or fighters in any weight division. I think Mike Tyson has an exceptional brain, not just for boxing, but for sports strategy and sports psychology. And obviously, he's made a lot of mistakes in his own career as well outside of the ring. So I think Mike Tyson could potentially make an excellent trainer. I'd like to see that very much. What I wouldn't like to see is Tyson against Jake Paul. And it's really sad that this might even be, and I don't like saying this, but it's the truth. This might be one of the most watched boxing events of the year just because of the fact that it is Mike Tyson. It's on Netflix. Jake Paul's well known to a lot of people. It's going to have a big audience. Did Ethan James win? He did not. No. Ethan James lost to Owen Cooper. Actually, Ethan James was stopped. Well, he didn't. His corner threw in the towel after round 9. It looked like he could have actually probably come out and finished the round, but it was also looking like he was getting closer and closer to getting knocked out. So his corner threw in the towel between round 9 and 10. I think Zach Parker is winning this one against Tyron Zoiga, but it's not a super impressive performance from Zach Parker. Zoiga, I don't think, is in great shape, but Zach Parker got put down in the second round. He's overall boxing better. He's overall has better movement, but I don't think he's looked super impressive in this one. On the basis of this performance, I don't think Zach Parker is going to be scaring Canelo. Let me put it that way. I don't think that I don't think Zach Parker is going to be at the carrying the top names at super middleweight based off of this performance. He needs to. He's got work to do, I think, after this one, and obviously he can do it. Like he's done a lot of things well, but when you consider the fact that Tyron Zoiga is not anywhere near the top of the super middleweight division, if he wants to beat Canelo, if he wants to beat the top guys at this weight class, and honestly, he looks like he could even fight at light heavyweight as well. He needs to do a lot better than this, in my opinion. But yeah, on the Jake Paul thing, I think it's just it's a sad situation, and I don't think Mike Paul, Mike Tyson should be doing it. But I don't know how much money he's getting paid, and I don't know what his situation is. I like to think that I wouldn't do it in his situation, but who knows what Mike Tyson is thinking. I wish he wasn't. I think it's a mistake, and I think it's sad, and I think it's bad for legacy. But yeah, got some good fights coming up at the end of this month as well. Tim Tszyu against Keith Thurman, and Wardley against Fraser Clark. Those are going to be good. Arsen Goulamirian against Gilberto Ramirez is a fight in the cruiserweight division I'm actually looking forward to as well. I didn't even realize until this week that Goulamirian is being trained by Abel Sanchez. But that's interesting because Abel Sanchez has kind of been out of the training game since uh, after the breakup with Golovkin. So that's kind of interesting to me. Zerto against Goulamirian with Abel Sanchez in his corner for one of the cruiserweight titles. And then actually Manuel Char against Kubrat Pulev. And I don't know. Oh, the other thing I noticed as well, I don't know who else noticed this, but I think it's on the Tyson Fury Usyk undercard is the return of. So we're underway in round 9, by the way, between Zoiga and Zach Parker. But Kovalev is actually returning. Sergey Kovalev is actually returning to the ring at cruiserweight on the I believe it's on the undercard of Tyson Fury against Usyk, which that was completely random. I don't know how many of you guys saw that. Um, I don't even think they made. I didn't even see like a big announcement or anything being made about that. I just noticed it when I was looking through the card. But Sergey Kovalev is actually coming back, and he's coming back at cruiserweight. So that will potentially be very interesting. Who knows? I think Kovalev's probably washed up, but if not, who knows? If Kovalev actually looks anything like he used to, Kovalev at cruiserweight could be interesting. Who would win, John Fury or Carl Froch? What's this? I haven't even seen this. Did somebody put out a video for this? I haven't even seen this. John Fury. John Fury has done a very good job of calling out everybody. And look, I would honestly rather see, and I wouldn't want to see this either, but John Fury against Mike Tyson would be better than Jake Paul in the sense that at least they're the similar age. But John Fury seems to have called out pretty much everyone and hasn't fought anybody. I think Carl Froch would beat John Fury though, probably. Well, there's the size difference, but yeah, surely Carl Froch is way younger. I would say Carl Froch would beat John Fury on points. If it was under boxing rules and not a street fight, then I would assume Carl Froch would win on points probably. We're in round 9, by the way. Zoiga against Zach Parker. Zoiga's actually landed a couple of decent shots in this round, but still, he's nowhere near close to actually winning. Kovalev's only fighting for paydays. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's probably true. I think that's probably true. The White fight's tomorrow, Kraft Costanza. It is at it's tomorrow evening, UK time, tomorrow afternoon on the East Coast in the US. It's taking place in Ireland. It's not on this card. It's tomorrow. They haven't announced any kind of TV for that fight though. Unless anybody, please put it in the comments. Anybody who's seen something, but I haven't even seen it being announced for streaming on YouTube. It's not been announced for TV, not that I have seen, which is really weird. It seems to me like Dylan White is not allowed to fight in the UK. That's just my unofficial opinion reading between the lines. I don't think he's licensed. I think he's in a similar situation to Connor Ben, where I don't think he's allowed to fight in the UK. I think that's why the fight's taking place in Ireland. But what I don't understand is why it's not even being televised. That's a weird situation. Especially because Christian Hammer is arguably probably, well, I think he is more well-known um fighter than actually Kash Ali is. So arguably Dylan White against Christian Hammer is a bigger fight than Joe Joyce against Kash Ali. In an ideal situation, I think it would have been on this card. Did I watch Callum Walsh? No, I haven't seen it yet. I'm going to watch that one. So I know the result. I know Callum Walsh won. I've heard that it was impressive TKO victory, but I haven't actually watched the fight. If anybody's watched the Callum Walsh fight, let me know what you guys thought of it in the comments. I like Callum Walsh. He's an Irish fighter. I think he's got potential. I hope he does well. Um, I haven't watched the fight yet, though. I'm gonna watch that one either today or tomorrow once these cards are done. There's another, I think, 2 fights coming up. No, 3 fights. I'm mistaken. Sorry, there's 3 fights I believe coming up after this one on this card. But Zach Parker is gonna win this one on points. By the way, for those wondering, Tyron Zoiga had Zach Parker on the ground in round 2, but unless he can knock him out here in round 10, both guys stamina-wise seem to be struggling a little bit, and I think that's more disappointing from Zach Parker because he looks like he's in a lot better shape. He's got a way more impressive physique. He looks more muscular. He looks less fat than Zoiga, but he's also kind of looking a little bit out of breath here. Zoiga's trying to waste time. He's trying to lean on Zach Parker. He's trying to push his head down. He keeps trying to push the head down of Parker in the clinches, but there's a minute and 12 seconds left. And unless Zoiga can land something big, he's going to lose this fight pretty comfortably on points, even though he actually managed to put Zach Parker down in the second round. Yeah, if Kash Ali, maybe he'll bite Joe Joyce just like Tyson did, and just like he did to David Price. Joe Joyce said he's prepared, though. He said he's prepared in case Kash Ali decides to bite him. I mean, who knows? This is Kash Ali's big chance. I will say this. I think he's taking this fight seriously. I don't think Kash Ali is just coming here for a payday. I honestly think he's going to give this one a good shot. I think relative to his, skill level, he's not as skilled as Joe Joyce, but relative to his skill level, I do think he's actually going to give it a good shot. Like he is leaner than he's been in his previous fights. Joe Joyce is heavier. I get the sense that Joe Joyce is not taking this one as seriously as he should be. But I don't think it's still going to be enough for Kash Ali to win unless Joe Joyce's punch resistance is gone completely. But if Joe Joyce loses to Kash Ali, then it's going to be very, very embarrassing and very disappointing. But Kash Ali will deserve a lot of credit. I do think he's taking this one seriously. I think he's come in a lot leaner. I think he probably deserves to be less of an underdog than he is, according to the bookies. I do think Joe Joyce is going to win, but I think Kash Ali is not just here to be knocked over. Even if Joe Joyce does get an early knockout, Kash Ali I don't think he's just here to get knocked down. Little Crypt Monster, thank you for live streaming commentary. Nice commentary chat. I appreciate it. Thank you for tuning in. I appreciate all of you guys for tuning in, actually. Big up to Joe Joyce. What a man. I like Joe Joyce a lot. I hope he's gonna look good. I hope he's gonna look good because if he does, I think he's not far away from being able to get himself back into the mix. I think if he wins this one, I think if he wins maybe one more against a better opponent or maybe two more against the lower level opponent, and then I think towards the end of this year, he can get in a big fight, maybe a rematch against Dubois, maybe a rematch against Parker, maybe even another fight against Zhang, maybe even against Francis Ngannou. All of those ones are probably possible for Joe Joyce, and especially, like I said before, if that WBO title gets stripped from Fury or stripped from Usyk, then Joyce could be right there in the mix for that belt because it's gonna be between probably Zhang, Joyce, Parker, Dubois, and Jared Anderson, and maybe Frank Sanchez as well for that belt. So Joe Joyce, he's only a couple of wins away from putting himself right back in the mix, and I mean, look, everybody thought that Joe Parker was probably finished after he lost. When is the fight? The fight is coming up next. Joe Joyce is coming up next. Where Zach Parker just beat Tyron Zoiga, and so we are now getting ready for Joe Joyce. Joe Joyce deserves a big payday. Yeah, and I hope he'll get one, but he needs to win a couple of fights. He needs to win a couple of fights, and he needs to look good. But more importantly than that, he needs to actually improve because it's not really going to help him much knocking over a couple of guys that realistically he would have beat even before he lost to Zhang, and then going right back in there and getting his clock cleaned. Joe Joyce has the chance, in my opinion, to beat any of those guys I just mentioned. I think he can. Well, he's obviously already beat Parker. He's obviously already beat Dubois, so he could beat those guys in a rematch. I think he could still have a chance against Zhang if he improves his tactics. I think he has a chance against Jared Anderson. I think he has a chance to win the WBO title, but he needs to win these fights. And because he's with Frank Warren, who is involved obviously as the main promoter or the co-promoter of a lot of the shows in Saudi Arabia, Joe Joyce rather will get a big payday, I think, but he needs to win these ones. If Joyce wins this one, a Joyce Parker 2 will be on the horizon. Joyce, oh yeah, Bacoli and White. I mean, that's another fight that Joe Joyce against Martin Bacoli would be a good one. Joe Joyce, there was that thing with Bacoli and the sparring footage, but Joe Joyce, I think, against Martin Bacoli would be a good fight. I think Joe Joyce should have jumped on that a little bit more, and he should have said more back to Martin Bacoli to try and stir up some interest in that fight. He didn't really say too much about it. I know Joe is not a big talker, but I think he should have, just to get some enthusiasm going for that fight, he should have said something. And Joe Joyce against Martin Bacoli is a fight that I think would be very entertaining. There would be a high possibility of a knockout. And I think Joe would have a very good chance of winning that one. But Martin Bacoli is also a credible opponent who, if Joe wins, because I don't think he can get back straight in. So again, just for everybody watching, by the way, Joseph Parker is coming up next, but I don't think he can get straight back in against Parker right away. Parker's going to have that rematch against Zhang. Zhang has a chance to win that one. And if he does, then probably Joseph Parker against Joyce is going to be the next fight, I would assume. But if Joe Parker wins, he's probably not going to come back and want to fight Joe Joyce, a guy that is going to be beneath him in the rankings at that point, when he's going to have the possibility of beating or at least facing Anthony Joshua or Usyk. I don't know if he would fight Tyson Fury or not, but at this point, Joseph Parker is working his way up to a shot against, at the very least, either Usyk or Anthony Joshua. And if he beats Zhang, I don't know if he's going to want to fight Joe Joyce. Maybe because it's a loss that he'll probably feel like he can avenge. But on the other hand, it's kind of going in the opposite direction because Parker's at a higher level than Joe Joyce right now. He's just got back-to-back wins over probably two of the most dangerous punchers in the heavyweight division. I appreciate the like and the subscribe, Crypty. Thank you very much. Kash Ali is only a B fighter. Yeah. Oh, Carl Anthony Plover, nearly 1,000 subs. I subscribe. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Hrgovic needs to be in the mix as well. Yeah, he does. I don't know where Hrgovic fits in at the moment. I think Hrgovic. So let me ask you guys, where would you like to see Hrgovic slot in with all of this? Because he's kind of realistically probably number 4 in the rankings right now, with number 4 or 5, with a couple of the other guys like Wilder and Zhang losing. But who's he actually going to fight next? Because I don't think it's going to be AJ. It looks like AJ is going to be next for the winner of Fury against Usyk. So if he's not going to fight AJ, where does Hrgovic actually fit in? Does he fight somebody for the vacant title? The IBF title? Does he fight AJ for the vacant IBF title? Excuse me. I mean, do we get AJ against Hrgovic after? One thing I could see, and this would be pretty exciting, would be if whoever wins Tyson Fury Usyk gets stripped of both the WBO and the IBF titles. I could see Zhang Parker in the rematch for the full WBO. And then on the IBF side, I could see Hrgovic against Joshua. And then you'd still get the rematch. So I think over the next few months, we could get Zhang Parker 2 for the WBO title, AJ versus Hrgovic for the IBF, Fury Usyk initially for the undisputed, and then after that, probably for the WBC and the WBA. So Joe Joyce. Okay, so here we go, guys. Joe Joyce is just about to make his entrance to the ring. Usyk versus Hrgovic and Fury Joshua would be good also. WBC announced they want winner of Caballel Sanchez versus Fury Usyk winner. Okay. See, that's so random as well because of all the times. Yeah. It's hard for me to even like remember all these belts and all of the different people involved. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I mean, everyone agrees there's way too many belts. What did you guys think of the undisputed belt that they actually made for the Fury Usyk? Do I see McCrory or Ward as anything beyond club fighters? I'll be honest, I'm not that familiar with either of them, so I don't want to make too much of a prediction either way. I'm not super familiar with either of them enough to make a prediction either way. And I don't like to say that someone is only good up to a certain level if I haven't watched them that much, but I appreciate the question all the less, all the same. That undisputed belt is just another cash cow for the casuals. Yeah, here comes Joe Joyce against Kash Ali. I will say this, I think the undisputed belt is a step in the right direction as far as actually having one. I wouldn't be against the idea of having one belt. I'll put it that way. I think that obviously the undisputed belt doesn't have any history behind it, but I also don't like the fact that, I mean, if you include the IBO belt, there's basically 5. And then with the Ring Magazine, you've got 6 different belts. I actually didn't hear what Joe Joyce's walk-in song was. I was too busy talking over it. Popcorn ready for this one. I think this one is going to be over within 5 rounds, but I also think that Kash Ali is going to do all right while it lasts. He's not terrible. He's not on Joe Joyce's level either, by the way, but he's not terrible. Like, there's definitely worse fighters. Yeah, that's true. They won't bin those other belts. I mean, it's tricky, I guess, because it's good for the fighters in the sense that they will technically be world champions on paper, even if they won't have beaten either Tyson Fury or Usyk. Like, if the belts get fragmented, it will allow those fighters to get a bigger, payday, I guess, in theory, because it will be a world title fight. But, the reality is that fighters are losing money on these belts as well. Like, they're losing 3% of their purse. So if they hold 2 belts, 3 belts, that adds up. That's a lot of money out of your purse gone. 3% per belt. If you own 3 belts, that's basically 10% of your purse gone to a sanctioning body. That's a lot of money. And then you add in 25% to the manager, 10% to the or to the trainer, whatever the promoter is getting. Suddenly the fighter's not getting nearly as much as he should be, really. Jerry, happy St. Patrick's Day, Jerry, as well. I'm hoping that everyone is having a good weekend. Thank you for the greetings from Ireland. Joe Joyce against Kash Ali, guys. Here we go. I think Joe Joyce wins by knockout. I think it's going to be over within 5. Round 1 is getting underway. All right. Let's see what we've got here, guys. How does he look? Kash Ali is, by the way, in case you guys didn't know, he's about the same height as Joe Joyce, and he's actually got a pretty decent jab. Like, his arms are long. He's 50 pounds lighter, though, which is going to make him more mobile, but it's also going to mean that he's going to be getting hit with some big bombs. Joe Joyce is coming forward, and he's walking Kash Ali down. Whoa, I see. There we go. Ali just threw a. I don't like saying Ali in a way because it makes me sound like I'm talking about Muhammad Ali, but he just tried to throw a huge overhand right, but he literally threw himself off balance in the process and it missed. That's something he does a lot, by the way. He Kash throws wild shots and they have a lot of power, but they throw him off balance as well. Joe Joyce is too heavy. I do think. I think he could be quite a bit lighter than he is. I don't see why he's like, it's going to help him in this fight because he's going to get on the inside like he's doing now. He's throwing Kash around in the clinch here. He's kind of ragdolling him, actually. The referee's warning Joe to stop doing that, but there's a minute and a half left in this round. Look, Joe's being able to use his physical strength and his size advantage, but that's also because Kash Ali is very uncoordinated on his feet relative to a top-level heavyweight. Kash just tried to throw a huge right hand again over the top, and he missed. Joe's backed him into the corner. Joe's, you can tell, he's using that extra weight in the clinches, and he's pushing Kash's head down. He's getting through with the jab as well. I mean, Joe Joyce is looking very good so far as far as using his physical strength and using his size. He's not looking mobile, though. I will say that. Kash Ali is not moving a lot, but Joe Joyce is, if anything, looking slower on his feet than he normally does. He's really just walking forward, and he's kind of mauling Kash Ali and trying to bludgeon him. I think he's going to be successful. I think he's going to get him out of here. But I want to see Joe Joyce improve his mobility. I really want to see him get back in here. And Kash is not throwing a lot of shots, so Joe's being able to walk forward, and he's going to get him out of here. I do predict Joe's going to get him out of here. We're almost at the end of round 1, and I think Joe's going to get the knockout before 5 rounds are through. It looks like Kash is blinking as well out of his left eye. I don't know if he got caught with a shot or if he got a thumb in the eye or something happened in the clinches. Kash Ali's in the corner, and he's kind of waving Joe Joyce forward at the end of the round. It looked like he does have something in his eye or something's happened. But That was a good round for Joe Joyce. Cash threw a couple of big shots and he missed with them. Old Gaffer thinks it will be a long fight. Well, it could be. I mean, I might be wrong. It could be. It could be a much longer fight than I'm anticipating. It's a 10 rounder. Roy Munson, I think you're right. That's excuse me. Joe is being very aggressive here. He's trying to walk forward and bludgeon Kash Ali. Is Joyce slower than Cash? Cash just here for the cash. Yeah. I mean, I think that's probably part of it as well. But he did come in lighter than his previous fight. So I think he's going to at least try. Is Joyce slower than Cash? I would say in terms of footwork, yes. Hand speed, yeah, honestly, I think Joe is slower. He's definitely more powerful, though. He's definitely more powerful. Like he's being able to walk forward. Cash hasn't managed to hurt Joe or make it back up at all, but Joe's not letting his hands go very much, and he's looking slow on his feet. But I mean, he's going to because he weighs nearly 290 pounds. And even at Joe's height, that's a lot of weight. I mean, that's 35 pounds or so heavier than Anthony Joshua was against Ngannou, and AJ's a big man as well, right? So it's even heavier than Fury was against Wilder, and Fury's taller than Joyce. So Joe looks slow, and I would say he looks too slow. Cash managed to clip Joe with a right hand on the chin, but he's down now on his knee. It didn't look like Cash got hit with a shot. It looked like Joe kind of pushed him down, and Cash went down to one knee. But it kind of looks like he's starting to feel sorry for himself in there a little bit. And it looks like you're right, Roy Munson. It looks like he is kind of just here for the payday at this point. Joe's walking forward. Joe's being very direct. I mean, there's not anything subtle about this. He's literally going to walk forward in a straight line and just try and bludgeon Cash into submission. The only thing that's kind of dangerous is Cash's overhand right. He's thrown that about 4 or 5 times now. He's connected with it once. So if Joe's punch resistance is gone, then that's going to cause problems. I don't think Joe is going to get wobbled by Kash Ali, though, with the weight, with Joe's chin. I mean, Kash Ali is 50 pounds lighter than Joe Joyce. Let's be clear. Whereas Zhilei Zhang is one of the hardest punchers in the division and actually was heavier even than Joe Joyce is in this fight. And even in that one where he KO'd him brutally in this third round, Zhang was still 10 pounds heavier than Joyce, right? So Kash Ali is going to really have his work cut out for him. He's trying to throw it. He threw that right hand again. That's literally Cash's only punch that, again, he tries to throw the right. He's literally got one punch that he's using to actually try and cause some damage, and it's just that massive overhand right, but it's so wild. He's going to end up getting knocked out because he's going to get countered when he throws that. He's putting himself completely out of position. And when he throws that big right, he's ducking his head really down low. Cash is. So Joe's going to be able to hit him with an uppercut. I mean, if he even needs to. If Joe's trying to pick his shots, he's going to be able to hit Cash with an uppercut when those right hands come swinging in, because Cash wildly swings and then he ducks his head really low. Joe can hit him with an uppercut, but I don't think Joe Joyce even cares about picking shots. I think he's literally just trying to walk him down pretty much like a bowling ball, basically. I mean, there's nothing subtle about this. It's like bowling with Joe Joyce. He's just trying to bowl Kash Ali over. I mean, this style might even be kind of effective against Alexander Usyk just because Usyk is so much smaller. But I mean, this is not going to work against Anthony Joshua. It's not going to work against anybody who's around the same size as Joe Joyce. Like, he's looking very physically strong and aggressive and dominant here, but it's, oh, Joyce looks a bit sluggish overall. Yeah, I agree. He does. Round 3 is underway, by the way. Yeah, Joe Joyce, Roy Munson. Yeah, I've seen that, and he was talking about his art and his he was talking about playing video games and all kinds of stuff. I don't know. I was a little bit alarmed to hear all of that stuff because he he did seem like he seems like a very placid person outside of the ring, but I hope he can get some form of killer instinct back. Like it's one thing to have other interests and stuff like that, but I hope that it's not going to interfere with his boxing comeback. Dan Jones, Joe has always looked slow, but has a lot of power. Joe, yeah, I think that's a fair assessment of Joe's performance so far. We're 2 minutes left in round 3, and he's pretty much walking forward. No subtlety for sure, but he's definitely got heavy hands. I mean, he's not going to lose this fight unless he gets caught and has no punch resistance left at all. I mean, if he loses this fight, then Joe Joyce's career, I think, is probably in jeopardy. I don't want to say it's over, but I mean, it would be up there if Joe Joyce was to get put down by Kash Ali. It would be up there with Tyson Fury getting put down by Nevin Pikic. Never mind Francis Ngannou. Expect a 5th round KO. Okay, so Roy Munson, you want Kash Ali to survive one more round, and then he did land the right hand, but for everybody wondering if Joe Joyce's punch resistance is gone, Kash Ali just caught him with a big right hand. Sweat went flying everywhere. And Joe, I mean, he didn't even flinch. It just bounced off his head. And now he's just unloading on Kash. Kash caught him, though. So for everyone who's wondering if Joe's punch resistance is gone, the answer is no. He got hit clean on the chin with a big shot, and it didn't wobble him. I will give Joe credit for the fact that he doesn't seem gun shy at all. Like, he doesn't look like Anthony Joshua did in his comeback fights after he got knocked out by Ruiz or after he lost to Usyk. He doesn't look shy. He doesn't look like he's backing off at all. Right. Joe's learned that bowling style. Joyce is so chill. Zapata Hughes. I think Zapata will win. Ray Vargas against Nick Ball. Watching it live, I thought it was a draw, but other people I know disagreed. The weight helps the punch resistance. Well, it's certainly helping in this one. I'll say that. He's not playing around. I agree. Valdez against Liam Wilson. Valdez. That's my. I'm not super confident on that one, but Valdez. I will say Valdez wins that one. That's my my prediction for that one. Man, what do you guys think of Joe's performance so far? Like it's definitely been impressive as far as what he's trying to do, right? Like he's big, he's strong. He's pretty much like just the punches are not affecting him at all. He's got hit a couple of times with big shots. He's not playing around. Like if Joe Joyce could pull this style off and not get chinned by, one of the better guys, this would cause anybody problems. Like if you can walk through somebody's punches like Joe Joyce is being able to do, then great. My concern is that round 4 is just getting underway, by the way. My concern is that we just saw Ngannou get chinned by AJ, and Ngannou has a pretty strong punch resistance himself. So I don't think there's such a thing as an invincible fighter. Honestly, I think Tyson Fury can get knocked out. I think AJ can get knocked out. I think Usyk can get knocked out. I think they all can get knocked out in the right circumstances. And Joe Joyce is about to bludgeon Kash Ali into submission. So round 4. So Roy Munson, round 4 to 6 on Joe Joyce. I would say that's looking pretty good. We've got 20 seconds into round 4. If you're watching it or you're listening to me but not watching the fight. Joe's got Kash back to the corner. And he's just pretty much just wailing on him with any punch that he can find. Joe knows, I think, that Kash can't hurt him, even if he lands clean, because he's done that. Kash has landed his hardest punch clean on Joe's chin, and it didn't do anything. So now Joe is just going to walk him down like he's doing right now. He's got Cash backed up against the ropes. Joe's not throwing a huge volume of punches, but I mean, they're just heavy clubbing shots. And Cash Ali's got a problem with his eye. He's blinking a lot out of his left eye, so I don't think he can see properly as well. I didn't see exactly how he got hurt. He's got something in his eye, but he's got a lot of vision problems in that left eye. He's blinking a lot. I think he's got something in his eye, or he got poked in the eye with a thumb, maybe. But Joe keeps throwing that jab onto the left side. Joe's jab is hit. It could just be the jab. Joe's hitting Cash on that eye with the jab, kind of coming across his body, and it's causing Cash a lot of problems. If Joe steps on the gas here and lets his hands go, I think he's going to have Cash out of there. I almost want to go as far as to say that Cash is starting to look like he's feeling sorry for himself here. He knows that Joe is the bigger, stronger man. And I think he's probably demoralized as well because he's actually managed to hit Joe with his biggest punch a couple of times, and it just hasn't done anything. And Cash doesn't have the boxing skills. Joe just missed, by the way, with a big hook to the body. But Cash is he's against the ropes again. There's 20 seconds left in round 4. Joe's just wailing away on him. He's so much heavier that Cash is getting pushed down in the clinches, even though they're the same height, and I'm guessing the reaches are similar. Joe's much heavier and stronger, and it's meaning that every punch he lands, even if it's not to the head, even if it's just to the body, it's winding Cash. Another thing I will say to Joe's credit, he looks like his stamina is pretty good, even though he looks slow. But I would say two things. If you're a Joe Joyce fan and you were worried what he was going to look like, he looks slow, and I think he's too heavy. I also think his punch output is not as high as it could be. However, his punch resistance is definitely still there because he's been hit clean by a 240-pound man with really what would have put some people down. Like it wasn't just a glancing shot. It was a big overhand right, clean on Joe's chin, and it had a lot of torque on it. He really wound up and threw that shot, and Joe didn't even flinch. So Joe's punch resistance is definitely still there. And secondly, given the fact that he's so heavy, his stamina and his engine are still there very as well, because his stamina is actually holding up very well considering uh he's considering basically how heavy he is. His stamina wise is looking very good. So he's got Cash up against the ropes again. And he's just I hope, by the way, for your sake, Roy, that you will get this payday and that Joe gets him out of here. Zapata will be too good for Hughes. Mithrander. How are you doing, Mithrander? Yeah, I agree as well. Cash has no heart, let's be honest. Well, I think he's feeling sorry for himself here. I'll say that. Did I watch Nick Ball versus Vargas? I was gonna bet on Ball. Oh, I'm sorry about that, Roy, because I was gonna bet on Ball in that one and I didn't, and I lost, or I would have lost if I bet on Nick Ball to win that fight. It's debatable whether Nick Ball won the Vargas fight. I thought it was a draw, but I'd have to watch it again. Stream wise, guys, it's on TNT Sport and BT. Ball definitely won. He was much smaller. Yeah, he was. He was much smaller. Great channel. Passing Con. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Joyce was injured in camp, leading to him heavy. I don't know. Was Joyce injured in camp? Sorry. Well, Joyce said he just ate too much over Christmas. I don't know if he was joking or if he was being serious. He didn't say he had an injury. He literally did actually say that he ate too many pies over Christmas or something. He didn't say anything that I saw about an injury, but I don't know if he was just joking around. Like, I don't know if he intentionally gained weight, but I will say this, his by the way, so we've got 1 minute left in round 5, by the way, but Joyce's last time when he came in at a career heaviest was the last time anyway that he didn't have Ishmael Salas in his corner. He also came in very heavy is what I'm trying to say. So I don't know if that is part of it. We're in round 5, by the way. I'm just trying to watch the fight and keep up with the comments a little bit. Joyce should win in round 6. Joyce has it in his head that the weight gain helps the punch resistance. Yeah, I agree. So Roy Munson, I agree with you completely. I would love to see Joe Joyce win a lot of I would like to see Joe come in a lot leaner, but he is definitely dominating this fight. I mean, and I think he could get the stoppage. Cash is feeling sorry for himself, but he's still trying to throw that right hand. So we got 25 seconds left in round 5. Joe is I mean, if you want Joe to have good punch resistance and you want him to have good stamina, then he's doing well. I just think he could be so much more dangerous if he lost some weight. I don't think I think Roy Munson's nailed it. I think he thinks in Joe's mind. So round 5 is over, by the way. I think in Joe's mind, he believes that the added weight is making him more difficult to knock out. I personally don't agree. And the reason why I think that is because Ngannou got knocked out by AJ, and he's a big, heavy man, more muscular than Joe Joyce, actually, and it didn't help him. Joe was very heavy against Zhang, and that didn't help him. Tyson Fury was heavy against both Wilder and Ngannou, and he got knocked down, albeit he didn't get knocked out, but he got knocked down. I don't think being really fat helps you win, and even if you have a ton of muscle, because at some point, and I think this didn't help Francis Ngannou, having a lot of muscle can make you fatigue also. Andre Ward talked about that in relation to Anthony Joshua years ago. Andre Ward said after AJ lost to Ruiz that he wanted to see him be less muscular because even being so big and muscular was helping him tire out more quickly. So I just don't think that Joe, despite what he believes, being this heavy, it's going to help him. Not against the elite guys. Okay, so Roy Munson, hopefully Joe will get the stoppage in round 6. So we're in round 6 here. 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go. I think Joe is starting to tire just a little bit because he's throwing a few less punches and he's got Cash backed into the corner. But I feel like if Joe would let his hands go here, he would by the way, just to be clear, Joe's one end dominated every round so far. So I don't want to make it sound like he's losing the fight. He's absolutely not. He's looked pretty impressive and he's dominating every round. And Kash Ali looks like he's doing well to still be in there. But Joe's punch output has dropped, I think, a little bit in this round. It looks like he's flagging just a little bit stamina wise. And I think if he would just let his hands go, he would get Cash out of here right now. There's not a lot of punches. Like he's got Cash in the corner and there's no punches coming back. He just needs to let his hands go. And Joe just there tried to throw a jab, but it was kind of like half-hearted. Like I feel like Joe should be snapping his jab out there more because there's not a lot of resistance coming back at him. There's not a lot of resistance, and Joe's just not blasting Cash out of there like I think he could be, given the fact that there isn't enough punches, and Cash has hit Joe with his best shots, and it hasn't done anything. Come on, Joe. Come on, Joe. Okay, we got a minute left in the round. I hope for your sake, Roy, that Joe will pick it up here, but it doesn't look like he's gonna do anything. I think Joe's too slow here, too tired rather, to get the knockout in the 40. To me, guys, it's really simple. I think Joe would just be better 30 to 40 pounds lighter. I think if he does that, then I mean, just look at the pictures. Just look at the pictures of Joe at the Zhang 1 weigh-in. He did better in that fight, and he looked so much more physically impressive. He just needs to not come in so overweight. And I know this, guys, because I used to be super, super overweight myself. We're in round 6. I used to be super, super overweight. Believe it or not, I used to weigh more than Zhang did in the last fight. And so I know the effects of being that size, and it's not good. And Joyce can lose the amount of weight that so we're unfortunately through round 6, by the way. Joe Joyce can lose the amount of weight that he needs to lose, no problem. And I know it's possible because I've done it myself. But I think he just has it in his head that he's benefiting from being this size. And you can see now it's hurting him. It's hurting him because he's too big and his stamina is not good. Whew. But yeah. Yeah, no, and I was manky crazy, I was. No, okay, so my heaviest ever weight, if you can, I don't know what this. Let me convert this into stone. My heaviest ever weight was 340 pounds. That is actually the truth, which is basically 24 stone. I'm 6'4", so yeah, that is my heaviest ever weight. That is a true story, actually. So I know firsthand it's not good, and I know that Joe can lose the weight. I just hope he will actually do it. Okay, so we're in round 7, by the way, guys. I'll try and keep up with the chat as well, but Joe is definitely winning the fight, no question. He's not winning as much as he could be. He could have had the stoppage victory by now. It looks like Joe's tiring more. Um, he's just he's getting beaten up, Cash, but he's not getting beaten up as much as he should be. It's pretty much these rounds are getting pretty repetitive now. Joe's walking Cash into the corner. Cash isn't throwing a lot of shots, and Joe is just doing enough where he's winning the rounds. I mean, to be honest, if Joe was in there with someone who was a bit better themselves, and I don't mean that disrespectfully, but the reality is that Kash Ali was an underdog, a big underdog in this fight. If Joe was in there with someone who was at a higher level skill wise, he could be in a position where he was starting to get put under pressure himself here. I'll catch up on the chat in between rounds, guys. We got a minute and 30 seconds. I appreciate all of your comments and everybody tuning in, by the way. Thank you all so much. Thank you for all the subscriptions as well. I appreciate that. I've got some good videos coming out this week as well, so please look forward to those. But Joe is got a minute left in round number 7, and is looking honestly less and less likely that he's going to get the knockout, which is a real shame because I think he had every chance to win this fight by knockout, and he still does, but it's looking less and less likely that he's going to. And it's going to end up at this rate, unfortunately, that Kash Ali is probably going to increasingly get the credit for a good performance here, which, again, I don't have any problem with him. He seems like a nice guy. He's got good skills, but the reality is he hasn't really done that much. It's more that Joe Joyce has just been fatiguing. There's 30 seconds left in the round. I mean, Kash Ali looks like he's ready to go over. He looks like he's would go over if Joe will just really let his hands go. But Joe looks like, it almost looks like these are two drunks in there and they can hardly stand up and they're just trying to throw their punches. But Joe's not drunk. He's just doesn't have the stamina anymore. So that's the end of the round. Let's see if we can hear what the corner has to say. But Joe is got 3 rounds to try and get the knockout. Joe promised in the build-up to this fight that he was going to get a devastating knockout. And I will say this. If Joe doesn't get the KO, he really, really, really needs to drop weight for his next fight, because the whole point of being this heavy is to have more power. Is Cash Muslim? It's Ramadan. Yes, he is. So I don't know if that's playing into it at all, but he is Muslim. So I don't know about that. Crypt Monster, I appreciate that about the lion. Yeah, I appreciate that. Oh, he's not a practicing Muslim. Okay. Okay, so he was He was fasting. Okay, so I don't know. So we're having conflicting opinions on whether he was fasting or not. Okay, so guys, we're underway in round 8. I'll catch up on the comments. I appreciate all of the comments, guys. I know there's a lot of comments coming in. I appreciate all the subscriptions as well, guys. We're almost at 1,000 actually. So if you haven't subscribed and you like the content, please consider subscribing. I normally hate saying that, but it'd be really cool to hit 1,000 subscribers. I don't like normally asking for subscriptions. I figure people will subscribe if they like the content, but it would be cool to hit 1,000 guys. So I appreciate everyone who has subscribed and everyone who's tuning in and watching the fight. So we're in round number 8. Joe Joyce is literally looking like he's a couple of landed shots away from putting Kash Ali on the canvas. Cash is wobbling. He's backing up against the ropes. And for whatever reason, Joe just can't let his hands go enough to actually finish the job. Cash is literally just almost, it looks like he's almost waiting to fall over, and Joe can't find the shot to actually finish the job. He's literally one punch, I think, maybe two punches landed clean with enough power, and that would be it. And I think Cash would go down, and I don't know if he would get back up. But Joe really, really, really needs to improve his conditioning if he doesn't get the knockout here, because the whole point of being this big is to have more punch resistance in his mind, but more power. And frankly, if he can't knock Kash Ali out at this weight, he's not going to knock any of the higher level heavyweights out at this size. And his stamina is going to be a big problem as well. So Cash is in the center of the ring. There's 50 seconds left in the round. Cash looks tired. Joe looks tired. Neither guy is even really throwing a punch at the moment. Cash, another thing I noticed watching Kash Ali in the buildup, he doesn't really clinch much. And you can see that he's in the clinch now, but most of this round, even when Joe has got close, there hasn't been a ton of clinching. And what that means is Joe really has every opportunity to land something, but I just don't think he has any energy left. Joe doesn't look like he has the energy to let his hands go. He did get caught clean. Joyce did actually there with the left hand, but he didn't get wobbled badly. He's now got Cash in the corner. He's pushing his head down, and that's it for round number 8. I mean, look, it's probably going to be a whitewash on the well, I think it is going to be a whitewash on the cards. I don't think Cash is going to win a single round. All right, so let me catch up on the chat, guys, a little bit. What height are so unbelievable weight drop? What am I now? I'm 210 now. My lightest ever that I got down to was 195. Yes, I'm 6'4" and I weigh about 210 now. 6'4", 195. You find it hard to keep weight up. Yeah, my brother, it's funny. My brother has the same problem. He's way lighter than me and the same height. Yeah, good for Cash not getting beaten up as he should be. Well, I mean, it's true. Like realistically, Cash will probably get you know, yeah. I don't know, guys. Yeah, I know. Thank you, Roy. I appreciate that. Yeah, exactly. I know. I can't believe it. It's going really well. I didn't expect to. I was prepared because I haven't done a live stream for a while. I was prepared to have like, because there's a couple of people watching it. I thought even, hey, if I even get nobody watching it, I will be pleased that I've at least done it after I haven't done one of these for a while. So I'll be doing one next weekend as well. I'm gonna make it a regular thing now. I'm just gonna do them every Saturday for the fights now. So I'll be doing one of these live streams every Saturday. I hope some of you guys will consider checking them out going forward. So okay, let me get back to the fight here so I don't miss anything, and then I'll catch up on the comments. We're in round 9. Yeah, I mean, hey, if Cash is actually manages to land or last till the end of the fight, especially if he's fasting, or even if he isn't, I mean, he's done better than I thought he was going to do. I said round 5 KO for Joe Joyce. But Kash Ali's done better than I thought, and he's in the corner again. He's blinking. He's he's there to be hit. I don't know, like, what it will take for Joe to just throw a couple of shots. Um, but I think there's going to be a lot of people saying this was a bad performance from Joe Joyce, and I don't think that's entirely fair. I just think he needs to be a lot lighter. I don't think it was a terrible performance. I think Joe actually showed a lot of good things. Okay, now Kash Ali is against the ropes, and he's actually like pretty much. I don't know what happened there. He basically held up his hand to stop Joe Joyce coming forward, or he slipped. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but literally Kash Ali is about to go over here. He's looking like he wants an excuse basically for the fight to be stopped. Joe Joyce is wailing away at him. I think this one might get stopped now because Cash is defending himself less and less. I'm not sure if something happened that I didn't see. It looked like he either slipped or he injured his knee, or I'm not sure what happened. But the bottom line is Cash is just getting wailed on by Joe Joyce now. There's nothing coming back. But again, Joe is just not got the stamina to really let his hands go. Joe's actually throwing very short punches as well. I don't think he has the energy to lift his arms up. I know that sounds stupid, but like I literally think he's so tired that he can't fully extend his arms when he's throwing the punches. If he could, he would blast Cash Ali out of there. But I mean, come on, Joe. Joe just needs to lose weight. I will help Joe Joyce lose weight for free if he needs to do it because I've done it myself and he needs to do it. I mean, literally, I don't know what it will take, but if he would just have been a little bit lighter, I think he would have won this fight. And Roy Munson would have won his bet because I don't know what to say, guys. The bet's now gone anyways. Yeah. Cash Ali hasn't bitten Joe Joyce yet. I'll say that. Fraser Clark is at the fight, by the way. Fraser Clark versus Chamberlain. Do you mean Wardley? Not Isaac Chamberlain. Mankey crazy. Sorry. Which Chamberlain are we talking about? In my head, I'm thinking of Isaac Chamberlain, the cruiserweight, but I'm assuming that's not who you mean, or maybe it is. Francis beats Joyce. Yeah, well, Fight Life sub. Thank you. I appreciate it. Both journeymen. Well, I'll be honest. Francis might beat Joyce based on this one. The Muhammad Ali shuffle comes in. The Kash Ali stumble. Exactly. He was stumbling there. The Ali shuffle comes at 1,000 subs. Yeah. Cash came for a payday, not to win. It ends when Cash gives up. Well, I thought he was going to give up in the last round, to be honest. He knew this fight was in his fasting month. Well, yeah, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on with that. Joe Joyce, nice guy, college degree. He's taking huge punishment. He's one of the slowest heavy. I mean, Joe's always been slow, but he looks slower than normal here. I will say. But Cash is going to survive this fight if he can last the next 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Okay, so for everyone following along and not watching the fight, there's 2 minutes and 13 now in round 10. It's a 10 rounder, not a 12 rounder. So this is the last round. And Cash, to be fair to him, I think he probably deserves to last the distance now because Joe has just not been able to act. I mean, every round has kind of been the same to the point where literally it's taken place in the same corner of the ring or the same side of the ring. Like every round has kind of taken place from the TV point of view, like the right hand side of the ring, mainly with Kash Ali just getting wailed on by Joe in the corner. And Cash is exhausted. Like it literally looks like he's ready to have a nap on the canvas. The Ali stumble, as Roy Munson calls it. And it's true. There's really no reason why Joe Joyce shouldn't have got him out of here. The good thing I will say is Joyce punch resistance, I definitely would say hasn't gone. And I don't think you need to worry too much about that because he did get hit clean and he's still on his feet. He's survived, but really other than that, his stamina has been the main issue. I think after this performance, so there's a minute left, and Joe Joyce is not even going for the KO anymore, really. Like, sometimes you see a fighter who's totally gassed, and then in the last few seconds of the fight, he starts going for it, and he gets, a last burst of energy. But Joe's not even doing that. He's just plodding forward and not even letting his hands go. Joe is exhausted. Joe is completely exhausted. His conditioning is not good. His conditioning is not good. And the referees, I don't know what the referee's doing. The referee's talking to both of them. It looks like Joe's going to not get the knockout victory that he promised as well. So, okay, guys, I'm sorry for everyone, including me, who picked the knockout, especially if you bet on it. But there's 20 seconds left. Oh, wait, wait, wait. Oh, I shouldn't have said that. Oh, okay, I shouldn't have said that. Kash just literally went over with 20 seconds left. But he jumps back to his feet, and the referee waves it off. So Joe Joyce does. I shouldn't have said that. Joe Joyce does get the stoppage. I don't know if he deserved it, given the fact that he was so tired. Joe does get the stoppage. But really, he should have stopped him sooner than that. Honestly, Joe gets the stoppage. The doctor's just talking to him in the corner. Joe's fine. Um, but but yeah, Joe should have got the stoppage sooner, guys. I don't know. What do you guys think? Um, anybody anybody in the comments, what did you guys think of Joe's performance? Let me know. I think so Ali, it's a shame that he didn't survive until the end, in the sense that he put in a performance that I think probably deserved to at least get. If he wants to lose weight, leave it on the plate. Yeah, exactly. It's true. I don't think he was injured. At least he didn't say anything about an injury. Oh, the Clark's mixed up. Fraser is at the fight, but Shev is fighting Chamberlain. Okay. Um, I thought, is Chamberlain? No. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Chamberlain's fighting. What was I thinking? Vidal Riley against Luau was what I was thinking of. I think Chamberlain wins. Chamberlain wins, and I think Fabio Wardley will. I think Fabio Wardley beats Fraser Clark. I don't think Joe Joyce could beat Dubois or Parker if they rematched. Joyce hasn't. Steve Broughton is Joe Joyce's trainer. Ishmael Salas is his main trainer. And he said that Edward Morris, good call. Thank you. I appreciate it. Joe Joyce. So Joe Joyce, wins this fight. Yeah, so Joe's trainer for this fight was Steve Broughton, who is not his main trainer. And I think Joe said he's still planning to go back to Ishmael Salas for the big fights. I don't know what he means by that. But he trained in the UK for this fight. He's been training recently in Vegas with Ishmael Salas for the Zhang fights. But for this one, he was training in the UK with Steve Broughton. Joe said that he's going to go back to Ishmael Salas for his big fights. But that was also something I didn't really like, because it made it feel like Joe wasn't taking this fight as seriously as he should have. And I will say this. He worked with Steve Broughton in 2020. I don't remember who the opponent was, but at any rate, Joe came in for that fight out of shape as well. He came in at 270 pounds. That was a career heaviest for him at that time. And then when he was with Ishmael Salas, he came in a lot lighter in the 250s, apart from that second fight against Zhang. And now he goes back to Broughton and he comes in, at a career heaviest again. So I don't know if that's part of it, if he hasn't been taking it as seriously, but it sounded like Joe Joyce has been basically down in the dumps and eating his way through all of his Christmas food, and he's just gained a lot of weight. And it sounded like he's been just pretty much down and depressed or whatever. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. I agree, Roy. I don't think Joe Joyce's camp was very good. 3 stone overweight, yeah. When he fights guys with a bit of ring craftsmanship, it's gonna be difficult. Yeah, I mean, it is. It's gonna be difficult, and Joe needs to lose weight. I don't know which top heavyweight Joe Joyce beats on the basis of this. I think Joe would lose to Francis Ngannou, honestly. Based on this, I would pick Francis Ngannou probably to beat Joe Joyce. I think he's just too fat to beat any of the elite guys at this weight. All right. So yeah, what did you guys think of Joe's performance? I wasn't as impressed as I was hoping to be. I'll be honest, but I also think a lot of it can be fixed by losing weight. I think if he can just come in a lot slimmer, um, is Davies going to lose? Hmm. Yeah, I think he might actually. I think he might. He's no snap to his punches. No, he definitely didn't purple gaming, and not only did he not have any snap to his punches, but he actually could barely get his hands up to throw those punches, as far as I was concerned. He honestly could barely get his hands up to even throw his punches, and it wasn't because he was getting beaten up. I mean, he took a couple of shots, but it wasn't. Yeah, Ali was ready to be taken down from 7. Oh yeah, 100%. 100% Ali could have been taken down from round 7, maybe even sooner. He could have got pushed over at any point had he got hit with something clean, honestly, because Joe was so much heavier that if he honestly seeing what I saw tonight, I wish Joe had just really gone for it in the first like 2 rounds, 3 rounds, and just put all of his energy into those 3 rounds. And I think he probably could have got the stoppage. Ali was feeling sorry for himself. And even at the end, in my opinion, I don't think he really wanted to get back up because as soon as he got hit, and then he jumped back up at the end of the count and was protesting the referee's stoppage. But I mean, honestly, I don't think he really wanted to continue. Truthfully, I think it's just disappointing that Joe has just done that. Joyce, new name, RoboCop. Yeah, yeah. Joe. I still think Joe can look a lot better if he actually manages to come in slimmer. I think he just needs to be in better shape. And then if we see Joe Joyce come in the proper weight, what I would like to see him weigh at, then I think we can maybe say that his career is in trouble if he actually comes in heavy or comes in lighter rather and still doesn't look good. If Joe Joyce comes back and he weighs 240, 245, somewhere between maybe 235 and 250, and he still looks bad and slow and like he can't do anything, then there's going to be a problem. Okay, in my opinion. Then he's going to need to seriously consider what's going on. But I do think a lot of the bad stuff here can be put down to him just being in bad shape. He was just in bad shape. Okay, so we've got Liam Davies against Eric Robles coming up next, by the way, guys. So this is the second to last fight on the card. There are 2 more to go. Um Now I think Robles is going to win this one, but I'm not super sure either way. Robles is a slight favorite, a slight underdog rather. He's a plus 190. Davies is a minus 240 favorite. It's also for the IBO title at 120 at super bantamweight, by the way, if anybody's wondering. Davies is 15-0, and Robles is 15-1. So similar records. They both weighed in at the same weight, 121.2, and odds are pretty close. When you consider the fact that, just returning to Joe Joyce quickly, when you consider the fact that Joe was so much of a favorite in that last fight, he did not look impressive at all. Joe needs to focus on stamina. That was one of his superpowers. If he loses that, he's done. And an iron chin absolutely doesn't win rounds. That's true. That is completely true. Too old like Fury. Well, Joe hasn't taken a lot of punishment in his career. I mean, he's still only, Joe's record is now 16-2. Did Tyler Denny beat this guy? Which guy? I'm not 100% sure. Which guy are we talking about? Robles or um or Davies? They're both undefeated, by the way. All right. It's a co-main event, guys. Yeah. Mithrandir, I mean, I agree. In a way, yeah. I don't think that is going to be a competitive fight at all. I think Liam Davies could win this one. I think I would. I haven't bet money on this fight, but I'm leaning towards Robles. Or yeah, I'm leaning towards Robles. But excuse me, but I don't have a very strong feeling either way. Like I was 95% sure that Joe Joyce was going to beat Kash Ali, which he did. I thought he would do it sooner than he did. All right, guys. So we're in round one. This is Robles against Liam Davies. Okay. I think Liam Davies, by the way, if he wins this one, is going to have much bigger fights even than this one on the horizon. But I don't know if he is going to win this one. So that's why it's going to be interesting. So let's see what's going to happen. All right, guys. Carl Jones, do some good commentary. All right, guys. So I'll focus on the commentary for this. I'll catch up on the chat in a bit. So okay. So we're in round one still, guys. Liam Davies, Eric Robles Ayala. Both fighters on paper, records wise, evenly matched. Davies is looking sharper so far. He's taken control of the center of the ring. His punches look crisp and sharp. There's been good action in this first round. I will say both guys are throwing some shots, but Liam Davies has been more sharp and accurate. So if you're rooting for Liam Davies, I think this is exactly what you want to see in this round. It's been a good back and forth round, but Liam Davies is managing to connect just a little bit more. His combinations look just a little bit smoother and a bit crisper. And his footwork, I would say, has been more impressive. He's managing to keep range with his jab, pivot, and then let go with his straight shots. He's managing to back Robles into the corner. Even Davies is backing Robles into the corner. One thing I like from Davies is that he's controlling the range very effectively. He's pivoting around the ring, but he's also getting in and out of distance, and he's using his jab. This has been an increasingly impressive round for Liam. Robles is dangerous, though. Don't make the mistake that a lot of the fighters have made earlier on in this card of getting caught with something and getting knocked down, because we've seen a few of the favorites get put in trouble in the early rounds of some of the fights on this card. There's been a few knockdowns like Zach Parker, where he was just a bit complacent in the first round. Liam Davies, though, I think looked very impressive. I think if you're a Liam Davies fan, if you're rooting for him, I think that was an impressive round. I think he looked sharp. And I think Robles has got some spiteful shots, though. Okay. He's got fast hands, but overall, Liam Davies, that was good. That was a good round from Liam Davies. I don't know where my stream is in relation to you guys as well. So if you guys are seeing anything that's behind or in front of me, I apologize if I'm commentating, especially if I'm behind where you guys are. But from my screen, round 2 is about 10 seconds away. They're just coming out. All right, guys. Round 2. And again, oh, okay. Davies looking good, but it's that counter hook from Robles that wobbled Davies just a little bit. The right hook coming over the top. Davies got clipped there. He needs to be careful because that's a good punch from Robles. He's missed with it a couple of times. Other than that, Davies still looking very good. It's his footwork, his jab, his range control, and his use of his right hand. It's all looking good, but that one over the top right hook from Robles, he's missed with it a couple of times, but it's got a lot of power on it. Those hooks over the top. That's the punch that Davies needs to be wary of. Oh, that's it. Robles is down. I don't think he's going to get back up. The referee's counting. Robles gets back to his feet. Robles gets back to his feet, but he is in big trouble. He was down hard, and the referee said, "Oh, it's over. It's over." What a shot. Robles got up. He did well to beat the count. But Liam Davies got him up against the ropes, and he put him down, and the referee calls a stoppage to the fight. Whoa. Whoa. What a finish, guys. That was very impressive. That was very impressive, guys. Davies win. Yeah. Guys. Carl Jones, Ghetto Genius, you guys both called it. What a finish. What a finish, guys. That was what Liam Davies needed. I was a little bit worried when he got caught with that hook from Robles. They had a lot of power behind it. And I thought if he got hit clean with any more of those, he was going to get potentially put over. But man, Liam Davies, he wasn't messing around. I would say that's the performance of the night so far from my point of view, because Liam Davies was the favorite, but he wasn't a massive favorite. It was a competitive fight on paper. Both guys had the same record. And to be honest, Robles looked pretty sharp in there too. So from my point of view, Liam Davies just put in the performance of the night there, because he put Robles down against the ropes. He landed a couple of combinations clean, and the referee did the right thing to step in and finish the and stop the fight. To be honest, I think he could have even stopped it after the first knockdown. Ooh, I appreciate that, Carl Jones. Thank you very much. I appreciate that very much. Yeah, you did call it, Carl. I said Robles was going to win. I was wrong. Ignore me. Man, guys, that was an impressive stoppage. Woo! Yeah, so from my point of view, guys, that's the, that was the performance of the night from Liam Davies. So where does Liam Davies go from here then? Who do you guys think that where is he gonna go next? I mean, I don't think that fighting Inoue is probably gonna be a great. I don't know what the outcome of that was gonna be. I don't wanna rain on his parade. I mean, I don't know if he's quite ready for that yet, but still, very impressive performance. So I think he's put himself up there for big fights in the future, for sure. And Robles is showing respect to Liam Davies, but they're embracing, the bottom line is that was a very, very impressive, performance. That was the best knockout of the night on the card, and I think it was overall the best performance of the night. And I think, frankly, Joe Joyce should have been taking notes from that because that's really what could have happened between Joe Joyce and Kash Ali as well. I think it could have ended up being a lot more like that. But Liam Davies is the new IBO super bantamweight champion. I know that's not one of the major belts, technically speaking, but still, it was a very good performance in a competitive fight against a guy who was not just there to get knocked over. It was a guy who was there to win the fight and a guy who nearly did actually cause some trouble. If he'd landed a hook of his own, he might have actually been. Woo! All right, guys. So we got one more fight on the card. I'm gonna hang around and we'll do the main event. I appreciate all of you guys as well tuning in and watching this. We got one more. Guys, I apologize to everyone I apologize for picking that fight completely wrong. I thought Robles was gonna actually win that fight. I called it completely wrong, and you guys who said Liam Davies was gonna win called it completely right. Unfortunately, Nick, I'm just catching up on the comments here. Unfortunately, Nick, yes, you have missed excuse me, Joe Joyce. Um, McCann against Liam Davies. Based on tonight's performance, I would say Liam Davies probably wins that one. No Inoue. McCann is too easy. I think Davies beats McCann based on what we saw tonight. Thank you, Carl, for tuning in. I appreciate Sam Goodman. Yeah, that could work. I don't think Inoue. Um, I don't think Inoue. I don't need to apologize. Yeah, I don't like getting the predictions wrong. It bothers me because I know everyone does it, but I try and make good predictions. So when I get them wrong, it bugs me because I feel like I should have done a better job with the prediction. So I appreciate that, guys. So Frank Warren is gonna be very, very happy with this one. Liam Davies, I don't think he's ready for a new A, let's be honest. I don't think he is. But I also think that was a very impressive victory. Yeah, that is true as well, Mithrandir, actually. My concern, though, is that Frank Warren is, gonna want the Inoue fight because it's a payday, and the other thing is Inoue's promoted by Top Rank, right? So I would think that that fight would be pretty easy to make as far as because Frank Warren and Bob Arum and but I'm not advocating that it be made, I'm saying that I think promotionally, it probably would be easy to make because Inoue and Top Rank and then Frank Warren and Bob Arum, like, could be done, and Liam Davies, would probably get a payday, but I hope that it won't happen for his sake yet. Did Frank Warren did Frank Warren say anything in the post-fight interview, by the way? I was trying to listen in while reading the comments, but I I didn't actually see whether Frank Warren or hear whether Frank Warren said anything as far as who he's gonna match Liam Davies' opponents against next. Did anyone actually see what, Frank or hear what Frank Warren said as far as the next opponent? So we got one more, guys. Thank you all for tuning in. Um, Nathan Heeney and Brad Pauls. So Brad Paul is actually a bigger underdog in this one than Robles was in the last one. There's been one underdog win on this card so far, to the best of my recollection, which was Owen Cooper against Ethan James. Dennis McCann was the favorite over Brad Strand, and he won. Zach Parker was the big favorite against Tyron Zoiga, and he won, but he didn't look super impressive, in my opinion, at least compared to how he could have. Pierce O'Leary won, and that was a very good fight. That was maybe one of the fights of the night. That was the first fight on the main card. That was very good. And Matt Erosion was a big underdog, but he actually did put Pierce O'Leary on the canvas. Um, Liam Davies, he won as the favorite, and obviously Joe Joyce won as a significant favorite, even though arguably his performance got worse and worse as the fight went on. So Nathan Heeney, 18-0 against Brad Pauls, 18-1. Nathan Heeney is a minus 425 favorite. And Brad Pauls is he's the underdog, but he's an underdog that, at least on paper, has a chance in this fight. Who are you guys picking in this one? This is the main event, by the way, for anyone who's not familiar with the whole card. This is the main event. This is the last fight. This is 12 rounds. It's at middleweight as well. So it's for the British middleweight title. Yes, it's 12 rounder, 160 pounds. So we're just getting through the introductions right now for anyone who's not actually watching it on TV. It is airing on ESPN Plus in the US, on Sky, not Sky Sports, on TNT Sport in the UK, and on various other streaming websites that I'm sure you can find. All right, so just waiting on entrances to be over, and we're gonna get this one underway, guys. 12 rounds for the British middleweight title. The atmosphere sounds very good, I have to say. Like, the crowd seems very, very hyped up for this. Brad Pauls isn't winning by decision. Yeah, I don't think he will either. All right. Nathan Heaney's now making his way to the ring as well. Okay. The crowd's really into him. You can really hear them. You can really, really hear the crowd. They're really getting into Nathan Heaney's entrance here. Crowd is very, very hyped up for this fight as well. They're really into it. And like I say, it makes a big difference, I think, having an atmosphere like this as compared with some of the shows in Saudi. As big as the names and some of the matchups have been, it doesn't compare to having these big crowds that are actually into it. Like, you can see the difference here. They're treating Nathan Heeney like a superstar with this entrance. We'll see if he's actually able to pull off the victory, but it's certainly his entrance, is making him look like a superstar. That's for sure. Yeah, he sold a lot of tickets. I was surprised to hear how many tickets he had sold for this one, actually. He looks in great shape as well, Nathan Heaney. The crowd looks pretty full as well. I don't know if it's sold out the arena, but it looks like it's pretty full. All right, so Nathan Heaney and Brad Pauls are both in the ring. How many rounds does this one go, guys? How many rounds is this one gonna go? Is it gonna go to the scorecards? Is it gonna be a stoppage? And who is gonna win? Thomas Schreiber is giving the introductions. We're a couple of minutes away from getting this one underway. Heaney by UD. Okay. All right, guys. Appreciate you all hanging around. I got one fight to go. This is the main event. Heaney against Brad Pauls. I think this is going to be entertaining for sure. I don't think this is going to be a boring fight. Okay, guys. I think one thing as well that's worth mentioning is that if the crowd is as so on Heaney's side, that is going to have some impact on the fight because when he's landing his shots, um, the judges are going to hear the reactions of the crowd, and it's probably going to subconsciously influence the scoring to the point where if a lot of the rounds are close, the basically the fans' reaction might actually help Heaney get some of these rounds if they're close. All right. Both of these guys, I will say, look in tremendous shape. Neither one of them is overweight. Neither one of them looks like they're carrying any unnecessary fat. Both of them are in tremendous shape. I mean, Joe Joyce could take some notes here, honestly, because these guys might not be as high profile. They might not even be as skilled, but they've certainly come in great condition. Both of them have. Wow, he needs 6'1", and wow, that's impressive that he can get down to middleweight. All right, guys, here we go. Round one. Round one is just getting underway. The referee's just giving his final instructions. They're about to touch gloves. They do touch gloves. Here we go. The main event, Brad Pauls, Nathan Heeney. This is the last fight of the night. It's been a very good card, guys. Thank you for both tuning into the card and tuning into my stream. I appreciate it a lot. Ghetto Genius, your son has been sparring Heeney for this fight. Oh, interesting. That is really cool. As part of his training camp for this fight. Okay. How has Heeney been looking? So your son fights at middleweight then? So round one is underway. I'll catch up with the comments, guys, after the round is over. Round one is underway. Heeney's looking sharp. Pauls is also looking sharp. Both guys looking good so far. The action is taking place in the center of the ring. Both guys using feints, trying to find an opening. Heeney's using his jab. Pauls is using his jab. Heeney's probably being a little bit more or looking just a little bit sharper, but Pauls is walking or trying to walk him down. Neither guy's really wanting to let his hands go. They're both being quite cagey at this point. Pauls with a nice body shot. Heeney tries to land with a right hand, but he missed, and they end up in the clinch. The referee separates them. We're back to the action. Whoa! It looked like Pauls got clipped, but I don't think he did. I think he actually slipped. He went down to one knee. The referee says no knockdown. It looked like he slipped, but I don't know. He did look a little bit wobbly when he got back up. We'll have to look at the replay, but officially no knockdown. But Pauls looks a little bit wobbly on his feet. Heeney hits him with the jab. Low volume round this one, guys. Not a lot of punches going. Heeney's trying to land the jab, but he's not actually managing to connect. Now Pauls comes firing back with a left hand of his own. He tries one to the head, one to the body. Heeney's coming in and he's looking quite tense, and he's almost waiting for the counter to come back, it looks like. But he's using his jab, and he's trying to find a right hand to follow up behind the jab. He does there, but he misses with the right hand. So far, Heeney's been using his jab, but he hasn't been able to really follow up with a lot of punches. It's just been single jabs to try and keep the range. He's tried to throw a few right hands, but they haven't really connected and done a ton of damage. He throws a nice left hook there. Now they're in the clinch again. Pauls nearly gets caught again with a couple of hooks, but he manages to get his head out of the way of both of them. Pauls coming forward. Heeney stumbles back, but I don't think he was hit. I think it was he tangled his feet. And that's it. That's the end of round one. Both guys, I would say, looking quite tense. Both guys looking a little bit nervous, I would say. Not necessarily, I think, scared, but just very cautious, not wanting to let their hands go and unnecessarily take risks and potentially get countered with something. Also sparred Zach Parker for his fight as well. Oh, cool. Making his debut in May. Yeah. Is that in the UK? Do you know what card is that on? I'll have to keep an eye out for that. Ghetto Genius. That must be very exciting, I will say. Do you know who the opponent is going to be yet, or no? Is that still to be determined? Okay, round two. Round two is underway, and I don't know, guys. I get the sense this fight is not going to go the distance. It looks like both guys are very tense, and both guys look like they've been wobbled a little bit by shots. Oh, Heeney connects with a couple of hooks there. Pauls looked a little bit shaken, but he's still firing back. but he's got to be careful. Pauls is in danger of getting caught with something because he's coming forward and Heeney is stepping out of the way, and he's going to be able to catch Paul with one of these he's going to be able to catch Pauls with one of these counter shots if he's not careful. Still not a ton of shots being landed by either man. Nice 1-2 combination from Heeney. Another right hand to the body. Nice jab from Heeney. Heeney's circling the ring. He's trying to keep Pauls at the end of his jab. Not throwing a ton, but he's using his jab effectively, and then he's following up with his right hand when he can find an opening. But really, it's the footwork, the jab from Heeney, and then Pauls is trying to look for a counter shot, and he's nearly landed a couple of times. Both guys, I think, have the potential to hurt the other. I think both guys could score a knockdown, and it wouldn't stun me if we even had multiple knockdowns in this fight the way it's going. Brad Pauls has been tagged, I think, more than Heeney has in this round. Heeney is starting to just light Pauls up just a little bit in the latter seconds of this round, and I think this is going to be a strong round for Heeney, in my opinion. I think Brad Pauls definitely looks like he could hit and do some damage with a counter, but the overall more damaging and more voluminous output has come from Heeney. So to my eye, it's going to be a Heeney round unless Brad Pauls is able to land something big and possibly get a knockdown in this round. Otherwise, I think Heeney probably takes this one on the scorecards. For what it's worth as well, Brad Pauls looks a little bit marked up around his face. Oh, there was an exchange there on the inside, and Pauls nearly hit Heeney with a big uppercut. Going back to the corner, Pauls looks a little bit more tired than Heeney. Heeney looks quite sharp. Doesn't look super damaged at this point in time. I think that Heeney is the one who looks more likely to get a stoppage if there is going to be one in the early rounds. But Pauls looks dangerous with those counters. So let's see what happens. Heeney looks fresh in his corner, though. I haven't seen Pauls close up, but Heeney looks pretty fresh. Pauls looks like maybe he's been hit to the nose. He was kind of shaking his nose coming out of his corner. He's walking. So we're underway in round number 3. Pauls is walking Heeney down, but Heeney's movement is causing Pauls a lot of problems. Heeney is being able to outwork him with his footwork, basically. It's making it hard for Pauls to land his power shots, and it's meaning that Heeney is able to pick his own shots more accurately because he's moving and he's getting out of range, so that when Pauls, like he just did there, throws 2 hooks over the top, a right hook and a left hook, they're just hitting air. Heeney is moving effectively, but he's going to need to keep being careful because Pauls definitely has power. Those shots are dangerous if they connect, but so far they haven't really done any damage because they haven't landed. Heeney's still, oh, I say that, but the right hook comes in from Pauls, connects with Heeney's chin. Heeney comes back. He wobbles a little bit, but he comes back with a combination of his own. Paul's still trying to walk him down while Heeney tries to keep him off him with his jab and his right hand. Pauls has got control of the center of the ring. Heeney is on the back foot, moving around the outside with good lateral movement. Pauls comes lunging in with a shot to the body. It connects, but it doesn't do any significant damage. Referee breaks them up after a brief clinch. To me, this looks still like another Heeney round, but we're not done yet. Both guys fainting. Heeney is throwing more shots. He's connecting with the chin of Pauls. Heeney's definitely landing more punches. He's probably doing more damage in total, but Pauls only needs that one shot to change the complexion of the fight. And here we see Pauls pushing Heeney up against the ropes. The thing is this, when you've got power to put the opponent down, you can take quite a few punches, but there is going to come a point where the fatigue it accumulates makes it a lot more difficult for Brad Pauls to actually get off these power shots. And there's also going to come a point where he's going to be essentially needing a knockout to win the fight, because these rounds are going to go Heeney's way every time if they keep playing out like this. Heeney's throwing more and he's landing more. Pauls is trying to hit some shots here and there, big counter shots, but it's not working. Okay, that's it for round number 3. Heeney's back to his corner. He's looking pretty good. I haven't seen a close-up shot of Brad Pauls in his corner, so it's hard to tell what he looks like in terms of how tired he is. But Heeney, on the whole, for 3 rounds, fought at a fairly fast pace. He looks pretty good, honestly. I think Heeney is up on the cards at this point. 3-0 Heeney, James Bowers. Yes, I agree. Heeney KO in round 7. Well, the way the fight is going, I do think a Heeney KO probably looks more likely than Brad Pauls, but let's see what happens, guys. Round 4 underway. Brad Pauls still trying to take control of the center of the ring. Heeney's happy to give up control of the center because he's able to pivot to the outside, but he needs to be careful. Pauls just managed to hit him on the chin, and he doesn't want to take too many more of those big shots. Heeney's jab, though, looks good. Now Heeney's in the center. Pauls is on the outside. He loaded up and threw a big hook, but he missed. He throws another hook, does Pauls, but it missed again. Meanwhile, Heeney fires back with combinations that do connect. It's that speed of Heeney's punches as well. The referee's breaking them up. Pauls, he's loading up on his shots too much. They've got a lot of power behind them, but I think they're too easy to see coming, and I think Heeney's managing to get out of the way, and they're hitting air. And another thing that's doing is it's tiring out Brad Pauls every time he throws one of these big bombs and it misses. If Heeney keeps pushing the pace like he's doing, using his jab, then coming in with the right hand and making Pauls miss, Pauls is going to get more and more tired. Heeney using the shoulder there. I think the referee is warning him to stop. The referee breaks them up at any rate. But Pauls, again, misses with a couple of big swings. Heeney managing to stay on the outside. This is going to be another Heeney round if he keeps this up, as long as he can avoid getting caught with a big shot. Okay. As long as Heeney can avoid getting caught with a big shot, this is going to be another round in the bank for him. Brad Pauls, he's just got to stop relying on those big haymakers. They're missing too often. He just missed again with 2 big hooks. And then Heeney comes back with 2 nice jabs, or with a jab and a nice right hand, I should say. It's just that simple 1-2 combinations primarily from Heeney while he uses his footwork to stay on the outside and then makes Pauls miss whenever he throws these big haymakers. And I think as Heeney accumulates more rounds and Pauls gets progressively more tired, that strategy is going to be less and less effective. Pauls using the big punches, I mean. I know that's going to be, his game plan to try and get a knockout, but he needs to actually manage to get closer to Heeney, I think, before he lets his hands go, because all these shots are missing, and he's going to get more and more fatigued the more he does that. But I have it probably 4-0 for Heeney at this point. And yeah, we're not getting any shots of Heeney in his corner, which is annoying because it's hard to tell what his team is telling him. They're actually now. No, that's actually still Heeney. We're not getting Brad Pauls in his corner still, so I don't know what his corner is telling him. But to me, he's trying to rely too much on those haymakers, and he also can't manage to actually catch Nathan Heeney. All right. Here we go. Round number 5 is underway. Nice jab from Nathan Heeney to start the round. Pauls again trying to take control of the center of the ring. It's the same thing repeating itself from the last few rounds. Pauls trying to take control of the center. Heeney around the outside. Pauls using his jab. And Heeney trying to land big bombs, but missing most of the time. Pauls now in the center, or rather Heeney now in the center of the ring. Brad Pauls is trying to walk Nathan Heeney down. Another missed hook. He connected there with a left hook, but it didn't do any significant damage. There he connected with a couple of shots. That's probably the best moment of the round for Brad Pauls, but Nathan Heeney just comes firing back. Nathan Heeney, if anything, is actually winning this exchange, even though he got tagged 2 or 3 times by Brad Pauls. Nathan Heeney is not backing down. He's got a lot of heart. He's still making Brad Pauls miss, and he's coming back even after he gets tagged and throwing shots of his own with power. I think Heeney, if he goes to the body as well more, and another big miss from Brad Pauls. Heeney again, nice combination, and then he gets back on the outside, uses his long arms to keep Brad Pauls away from him. It's not anything super complicated from Heeney. He's just in great condition. He's managing to use good footwork to stay on the outside. His 1-2, and the fact that he has a lot of heart so that when he gets hit, he's coming straight back. He's being aggressive as well. This is going to be another Heeney round. This is a very good performance from Nathan Heeney. I'm still worried about him in the sense that it's only going to take one big hook or uppercut from Brad Pauls to change the fight. But Nathan Heeney is doing very well so far at controlling the distance and winning these rounds on, I assume, winning these rounds on the scorecards. And another big miss, a swing and a miss. It looks like the mouth guard has come out from Nathan Heeney. Pauls missed. They got the mouth guard back in, and the action is commencing again. We're almost through round 5 here. Another nice hook from Heeney as he pivots around the ring. Looks like the fight or the round might end. I was going to say in the clinch, but it's not. The referee broke them up, and we got another brief exchange. Now both guys back to their corners. So that's round 5 in the books. As far as I'm concerned, Heeney has probably won all of those rounds. I think generously you could maybe find one in there to give to Brad Pauls, but I think probably Heeney is up by 5 rounds at this point. And I think if he keeps boxing like this, he's going to win this fight on the scorecards. But Brad Pauls is going to be dangerous as long as he is on his feet because of the power in his hooks and his uppercuts in particular. Ghetto Genius, one punch looks like it could change this fight. Is Heeney gassing? I don't think Heeney's gassing terribly. I think he's looking more tired, but I do think Brad Pauls looks, between the two of them, I think Brad Pauls looks the more tired fighter, honestly, to me. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you guys disagree, but I think that Brad Pauls looks more tired than Heeney. I mean, they're both, it's round 6 underway now, and both guys have been going at a pretty fast pace. So they're both going to be fatiguing, but Heeney still looks sharper than Brad Pauls, which is interesting because Heeney's punch output has been higher, but Brad Pauls has been missing with those big bombs. Interestingly, now Heeney's controlling the center of the ring while Brad Pauls is trying to come swinging in and take back that space. I think Heeney's at his best when he's able to move around the outside, though. I don't think he really wants to stand in the center and just be a target for Brad Pauls to swing at. I think it's absolutely fine for Heeney to do as he's doing right now. Move around the outside, let Brad Pauls have the center of the ring, pepper his chin with the jab. And then, so now they get into a clinch situation and Heeney pushes the head down of Brad Pauls. The referee gives him a telling off and they get back to the action. Ooh, another big miss from Pauls. It's always these big hooks that he keeps missing with as well. But if any of them connect, like, they are dangerous punches. They are punches that could change the fight. They are punches that even could potentially end the fight. So Heeney needs to be very careful. And I do think he needs to be careful getting caught in these exchanges. Just there was a moment where he went into the center of the ring and it almost looked like he was going to start exchanging with Pauls. I think that would be a big mistake. I think Pauls is going to win this fight, or his best chance to win this fight is going to be if Heeney decides to start exchanging on the inside, because just there, Heeney threw and Pauls nearly caught him with a right hand counter. That's not what Nathan Heeney wants to do. I think he needs to stay on the outside and forget about trying to win these exchanges in the center of the ring. That's not the game plan that's going to win him this fight, in my opinion. Or even if it does, it's also a game plan that's going to give Brad Pauls his best chance. Brad Pauls' best asset in this fight is his power. And I think that Nathan Heeney needs to do the game plan to neutralize that, which is to move around the outside. If he tries to fight for the center of the ring, he is giving Brad Pauls his best chance to win. And that would be a mistake because Nathan Heeney has probably won the round 6 as well. All right, guys, we're halfway through this one. Heeney does sit down on his stool. He's definitely showing signs of the pace that the fight is being fought at, but I wouldn't say he's exhausted. He's certainly not looking like Joe Joyce was in the later stages of the Kash Ali fight. Let's put it that way. Now, Brad Pauls is fatiguing more, in my opinion, but he's also got, I think, a power advantage that means he doesn't need to be able to throw as many shots. He doesn't need to try and win these rounds on points, and I don't think he's probably going to win this fight on points. Let's be honest. I mean, what do I know? But yeah, I think Brad Pauls in this 7th round needs to just be very careful of getting too gassed out and pick his shots carefully. And I think if he's patient, he's going to have the opportunity to connect with one of these big bombs and he's going to cause Nathan Heeney some problems. But he just needs to be careful not to swing so much that he gets gassed out himself. We're underway in round number 7, by the way. 6 rounds to go in this fight card, which has been very entertaining up to this point. And Brad Pauls here is starting to connect just a little bit more, I would say, with his jab in the opening of this round. Nice exchange on the inside from Brad Pauls as well. And like I say, this is not what Heeney needs to do. He steps back. Even though Nathan Heeney is dominating this fight on the scorecards, right now you can see him using his jab, but there's another jab landing from Brad Pauls. I get the sense that Nathan Heeney is starting to tire just a little bit, and the fight is starting to trend in Brad Pauls' direction. I do feel like Pauls, and now Pauls gets Heeney up against the ropes. He's starting to get closer and closer to landing with that big left hook. And the more fatigued Heeney gets, the less he can move, the more the fight is going to turn in Brad Pauls' favor. If Heeney's not able to move on the outside, Brad Pauls is going to have a much, much higher chance of connecting with one of these shots. Now, Brad Pauls, on the other hand, needs to be careful that he doesn't just put his hands down like he is now and get lit up by 1-2 combinations on the chin, because it looks like he's now bleeding from his nose. It's hard to tell for sure, but it looks like Brad Pauls is now bleeding from his nose. And he's getting hit a lot on the chin because he's dropping his hands and he's getting hit with these 1-2s from Heeney on the chin clean. Another big swing and a miss from Brad Pauls. Nathan Heeney's now in the center of the ring. Nice 1-2. At least one of them connected clean. Brad Pauls backing Heeney down. He's looking again for that big shot, but not finding it. He misses again. Big swing and a miss. Tries for a big uppercut to the body. Again, Heeney managing to use his jab and get out of the way, but Brad Pauls is probably connecting more in these last 2 rounds than he has in the previous 5. Oh, another big right hand from Pauls. It looked like it shook Heeney up just a little bit. These last 2 rounds have been Brad Pauls' best 2 rounds of the fight night so far, of the fight so far. And if you're a Nathan Heeney fan, I wouldn't say that he's in big trouble by any means, but these last 2 rounds have not been going in Nathan Heeney's favor, in the sense that Brad Pauls has managed to connect. Brad Pauls has connected more. He's looked more impressive in these 2 than he did in the previous 5. So let's see what Nathan Heeney comes out looking like after having his 2 worst rounds of the fight so far up to this point. Now, arguably, he might still have won at least one of those 2 rounds, but in terms of the way the fight's trending, it's definitely looking like Brad Pauls is in the ascendancy and Nathan Heeney is flagging just a little bit. And that's going to make these last rounds, those last 5 rounds, very, very interesting. And I think if it keeps going like this, all the way up until the end of the fight, Brad Pauls is going to be extremely dangerous. Round 8 is underway now, guys. Again, Brad Pauls trying to take control of the center of the ring and then walk Nathan Heeney down. Nathan Heeney is using the same tactics that he has been throughout the fight. He's on his bike, he's moving, he's using very good footwork, and he's using his reach very effectively. He's connecting on the chin of Pauls. And he's using his right hand, but he's not connecting there. He missed. Now he lands a jab and a right hand and another jab through the guard of Pauls. It doubles up the jab, and he lands a bunch of jabs all on Brad Pauls' chin. The jab is a very, very effective weapon. It's Nathan Heeney's most effective weapon in this fight so far. It's really fatiguing Brad Pauls to get hit on the chin so much. You can see damage on his eye as well. His right eye, rather, swelling up a little bit. Let's see what he looks like in between rounds if they show us a close-up. But Brad Pauls' right eye looks like it's swelling. This is a better round for Heeney after those last two, which were, oh, it looks like Heeney might have got caught with something, and looks like blood might have come out of his nose. Now Brad Pauls is unloading on Heeney. Nathan Heeney is in trouble here. Brad Pauls is letting it go, and it looks like Nathan Heeney might be about to go down here. The referee has actually called timeout. I don't know if there was a slip for water. Nathan Heeney's gum shield, his mouth guard, has come out again. It's the second time that's happened, but lucky for him because Brad Pauls was winning those exchanges, and he looked like he was very, very close to putting Nathan Heeney down. I'm not sure what the referee is, excuse me, saying to him as well. But Nathan Heeney looked like he was in big trouble there, and that stoppage in the 8th round came at a very opportune time for him. It's the second time that's happened on this card as well, I will say, where the fighter who was in big trouble lost his mouth guard and got a very fortuitous break in the action and an extra resting period. We saw that happen earlier on in the card as well. But Brad Pauls looked like he was on the cusp of scoring a knockdown and maybe even a knockout. But definitely the fight is trending in Brad Paul's favor here after Nathan Heeney even looked like he was in control or doing better. He is hurt here. Oh, he gets hit again by Pauls. Pauls is coming on strong, and Nathan Heeney needs to be very careful here. He is going to be very pleased to hear the bell to end this round. It genuinely looked like Nathan Heeney might go over here, but he didn't. That's it. That's the final, or the bell for the end of round 8. Without that mouthguard coming out and the extra time that bought, I don't know if Nathan Heeney would have escaped that round. Brad is coming into this. That's right. Heeney's got a good chin. Yeah, Brad is closing the gap, Ghetto Genius. I agree. A lot of people have a lot of money invested in Heeney winning. Yeah, well, I will say this. That didn't really help Brad Pauls having the referee stop the fight like that. I think if Nathan Heeney wins this one, Brad Pauls will probably feel like, had that situation not happened, that he would have actually been able to potentially at least score a knockdown. So it's going to be very interesting to see what happens now at the start of round number 9. How aggressively does Pauls come out here? Because it's really looking like the fight is trending in Paul's favor. And with that power advantage that I think he has, it's going to make it very difficult for Heeney if he can't actually keep Pauls off him anymore. And again, Pauls misses with the left hook. It's getting very, very dicey in there for Nathan Heeney. He's tough. I'll give him that. He's definitely a tough guy, but Brad Pauls needs only one shot to change this fight and put Heeney on the canvas. And it looks like he's closer and closer to getting it. Not only that, but he's actually closing the gap on the scorecards as well. So this fight is definitely in the balance. Nathan Heeney now trying to use his jab again from the outside, but it's being less and less effective because Brad Pauls, I think, is sensing that Nathan Heeney is in trouble if he can just connect with the right punch. Heeney is being very aggressive, or rather Pauls is being very aggressive, I should say. Heeney his volume is decreased in this round compared to the rounds that he was doing better in. And that's allowing Pauls to walk forward and throw more shots without worrying so much about the jab and the 1-2 coming straight down the pipe and hitting him on the chin. Heeney's still managing to escape on the outside. He's still managing to use head movement to slip some of these shots. But it's looking more and more dicey for him. Now Heeney unloads with a good 1-2 combination, backs Brad Pauls up into the center of the ring. Pauls misses with a big left. Heeney doing a little bit better here. Managing to take control briefly of the center of the ring. But like I say, he doesn't really need to do that. What he needs to do is stay on the outside and try and win these rounds on, or win this fight, I think, on points realistically, or at least stay out of Brad Paul's range. Both guys miss with some big shots there. Nice combination from Heeney. Heeney again with a nice jab. Pauls fires back. Better round from Heeney after the last few, but Brad Pauls still competitive. I think you could probably make a case for this round going either way as they exchange on the ropes. Pauls and Heeney both landing some big bombs. Pauls has got Heeney. I was about to say he's got him up against the ropes, but the referee breaks them up because that's the end of the round. We got 3 more to go. These rounds are looking closer and closer. And Brad Pauls, if he's not ahead on the scorecards, is definitely pulling himself closer and closer. That was Heeney's best round, though. Ghetto Genius, I agree. That was the best round for Heeney so far, sort of in the second half of the fight. He hasn't looked great, but that was his best round in a little bit, and he needed it because not only was he in danger of falling behind on the scorecards, but he's also in danger of getting knocked out. So Brad Pauls needs to step on the gas here. Nathan Heeney needs to be careful that he doesn't get caught while also doing enough to win the fight on points, because that's no longer a foregone conclusion. It was looking like Nathan Heeney, we're underway in round 10, and it was looking like Nathan Heeney was potentially going to coast to a points victory. That's no longer the case. Brad Pauls can now win this fight, in my opinion, either on points or with a KO. So Nathan Heeney needs to win these rounds and avoid getting caught with a shot. He can't just afford to give up these last 3 rounds and then rely on having banked enough rounds in the early part of the fight to get a points decision. No, he needs to win these last rounds, and he needs to not get knocked out in the process. So we got 3 to go, and it's looking very tight. Both guys have a chance to win here. Clinch in the center of the ring. Brad Pauls is impressing me because it looked at a certain point like he was starting to flag, but he's firing back. He's actually looks like he's getting stronger as the fight's gone on. It looks like his stamina is actually holding up better in the latter half of the fight than Heeney's, arguably. Whereas Heeney's volume has dropped. Heeney uses some nice head movement there to duck a whole flurry of punches from Brad Pauls, but Brad Pauls almost connected again with a big left. I've been very impressed, actually, with Brad Pauls, the way he has come back into this fight, because make no mistake about it, he was not doing well in the early part of the fight, and he's the underdog here as well. But he has actually managed to come back and has now got the ability to win, I think, both on points and with a KO. Again, Paul's in the center of the ring, and he misses with another big haymaker, but he manages to hold Nathan Heeney's head down in the clinch. Big shots attempted by Pauls. He lands a couple of uppercuts to the body in the clinch in the center of the ring, and he misses with a big hook. Both guys are giving it everything as well. Both guys are showing a lot of heart. Ooh, Paul's connected there with a big right hand. Heeney, his mouth guard came out again. If I'm not mistaken, this is the 3rd time this has happened in the fight. It's at least the 2nd time, but I think this might be the 3rd time this has happened. And I think the referee is now telling off his corner. that this needs to stop happening, because that's the third time that Nathan Heeney's mouth guard has come out when he's been in trouble. His mouth guard, his gum shield, whichever. It's at least the second time. It might have been the third time. And Brad Pauls each time has been the one who was on the offensive. And now Pauls is backing up and he's trying to use his feet to stay on the outside. Round 10 over. Ghetto Genius has it 5-5. And honestly, it's a very hard fight to call at this point. Brad Pauls has pulled himself possibly level on the scorecards. But I will say this, given the way that the referee has been treating Nathan Heeney, I think Brad Pauls needs to be very careful, because I think that if this fight is close, I don't like to say this, but I feel that Heeney will get the judge's decision, even if Pauls deserves it, if it's a close fight. So I think he needs to have a dominant 2 rounds here, Brad Pauls, to try and ideally get the knockout, at least get the clear victory in these last 2 rounds. But a knockdown or a knockout would be extremely welcome for him, because I don't think the judges are going to do him any favors if he does not get the stoppage or if the rounds are really close. It looks to me like the referee has been certainly giving Nathan Heeney the benefit of the doubt, let's say, and giving him extra time with these mouth guard situations. It makes me think the judges are probably going to favor Nathan Heeney if the rounds are close. Round 11 is underway now. Brad Pauls immediately swings in with a bunch of big shots. Nathan Heeney is going to get clipped if he's not careful. Another clinch. Referee breaks them up. Pauls misses with a big left hand. He throws a couple of left hands. Heeney fires back with combinations. They're now fighting on the inside. Big swing and a miss from Pauls. Another shot lands on the chin of Heeney. Heeney is flagging. He pushes Paul's head down. Pauls misses with a couple of left, or with one left. He connects with another left jab. Heeney is on the outside and he's trying to use his feet to keep Pauls off him. It looks like he's in trouble here. Heeney is going to go down if Pauls connects. Heeney's wobbling. Pauls misses again with a big overhand right. Heeney ducks underneath. Heeney is wobbling here. Pauls just needs to connect with one more shot and Heeney's going to go down. Big shot from Pauls lands on the gloves of Heeney. He's really trying to get this knockdown, and it looks like he might do it. Big clubbing overhand right. Pauls pushes Heeney against the ropes. Heeney literally bounces off the ropes back into Pauls. Pauls is wailing away, but he just can't land clean. Heeney is looking at the referee. The referee's not stopping the action. He's telling them to keep fighting. Now Heeney fires back with a combination. Both guys are really tough, but Heeney is going to go down if Pauls connects with a big bomb. Heeney is really tired. This is another round for Brad Pauls. Pauls fires back. They're clinching in the middle of the ring. Both guys are tired. Heeney from getting hit. Pauls from throwing these shots. Nice connection. Combination 1-2 on the chin of Pauls. Lands from Heeney. Pauls fires back with a jab and tries to again throw the overhand right. Now Heeney landing a few combinations of his own. Both guys exchanging in the center of the ring. This is a Brad Pauls round. Heeney needs to get out of the way and not get hit with anything, because he's lost this round in my opinion. And I think he just needs to get to the final, or to the bell of this round, and try again next one without getting hit. Indeed, he does. Okay, last round. I think that Brad Pauls is ahead on the scorecards now. I thought that was a round for Brad Pauls, and I think he's winning 6 rounds to 5 probably, but it's hard to call. And like I say, I think the judges very possibly will favor Nathan Heeney if it ends up being close. And I think the judges will favor Nathan Heeney if it ends up being close. And I think the judges will favor Nathan Heeney if it ends up being close. And I think the judges will favor Nathan Heeney if it ends up being close. And I think the judges will favor Nathan Heeney if it ends up being close. And I think the judges will favor Nathan Heeney if it ends up being close. And I think the judges will favor Nathan Heeney if it ends up being close. And I think the judges will favor Nathan Heeney if it ends up being close. And I think the judges will favor Nathan Heeney if it ends up being close. And I think the judges will favor Nathan Heeney if it ends up being close. And I think the judges will favor Nathan Heeney if it ends up being close. And I think the judges will favor Nathan Heeney if it ends up being close. And I think the judges will favor Nathan Heeney if it ends up being close. And I think the judges will favor Nathan Heeney if it ends up being close. And I which I think it's definitely going to be. So Brad Pauls needs a decisive victory. He needs a decisive victory in this round. What do you guys think? Who is winning this fight? Last round. Here we go. Nathan Heeney versus Brad round. Round number 12 underway. Nathan Heeney trying the same thing. For whatever it's worth, the scorecard on TV, by the way, has Nathan Heeney up 106-103, which I don't agree with personally, but I think that's worrying because it probably gives an indication of what the judges might also be thinking. Nathan Heeney needs to win this round. Brad Pauls might even need a knockdown to make sure that the judges see this fight in his favor. Pauls comes swinging in, clips Nathan Heeney. I have to give Nathan Heeney a lot of credit. He's eaten some big shots. He's been wobbled. It's looked like he was going to go down, but he stayed on his feet to his credit, and he hasn't gone down. Brad Pauls needs to let his hands go because Nathan Heeney probably is just winning this round so far. Brad Pauls needs a dominant performance in this round. He needs to let his hands go. I don't know if he has the stamina to do it. He's missing with these big shots. He's looking fatigued. Nathan Heeney gets pushed back against the ropes, but he forces Paul's head down. Now Pauls misses with a big right, connects with a left, but it doesn't do any significant damage. He misses with the jab, does Pauls. Heeney manages to step in. He lands a bunch of rabbit punches there. The referee warns him for rabbit punching, but I don't think he deducted a point. We've got a minute left in the fight, guys. Both guys are spent, but both guys are giving it everything they have in the last minute here. Brad Pauls needs to let his hands go. Nathan Heeney probably winning this round. He lands another nice combination, does Heeney. The body language from Heeney is looking better as well, which I think will influence how the judges score this fight. Pauls probably got seconds left to turn this in his favor. He's got Heeney up against the ropes, but I think he's fatigued. He can't let his hands go. Oh! Heeney is down. But the referee rules it a slip, and Heeney springs back to his feet. That was very impressive, actually. I have to see the replay. The referee ruled that a slip, not a knockdown. And now Heeney is actually on the offensive as the final bell rings. Impressive the way he sprang back to his feet. And I think that's another thing that's going to work in his favor with the judges. Commentary is very biased. Brad's tank was empty. I'm not listening to the actual commentary as I watch this. Are you saying that they're in Heeney's favor, I assume? Yeah, Brad wins 7-5. I could even see a draw being fair in this one, maybe. But I think Heeney is going to win this one on the official scorecards. Let's see. The commentators, if they're in Heeney's favor, that's worrying as far as what the judges might see as well. All right. Well, it's going to be very interesting to see what the scorecards say for this one. But either way, this was a very good fight. Yeah, draw at worst. I would personally maybe lean towards the draw. I would probably lean towards the draw, but I I think a Brad Paul's win or the draw. I don't think Nathan Heeney should win that one, but I think he will get it. It was a good fight. I think Heeney did very well to stay on his feet, but he also benefited from 3 different instances where his mouth guard came out and the referee gave him time to recover. So I think the commentary scorecard 115, 113, Heeney rather. I don't agree with that, but I think that might be what we get from the judges. Let's see. I don't think Heeney won that by 2 rounds, especially because of the fact that there wasn't any knockdowns. Brad Pauls was the underdog as well. Let's see what the judges' scorecards say. All right. So, what do the judges say? Scorecards, guys. Who is it going to be? A draw. Huh. A draw. Yeah, so one judge scored it to Heeney, one judge scored it to Pauls, and we had a draw. Now, I think probably I would have scored it a draw as well, but given that one of the judges actually scored it to Heeney, I don't really agree with that. So, arguably, I think Brad Pauls probably did more to win this fight. Um, Thank you guys for the comments. Yeah, draw, interesting. I agree. Who is the Queensberry fighter? I'm assuming it's Heeney, but I'm not 100%. Or is it both of them? Who is the Queensberry fighter, guys, in the comments? Is it Heeney or is it both of them? All right. I'm just going to hear what they have to say. And I'm going to, yeah, Heeney is Queensberry. So both of them are, or just Heeney? But yeah, the commentators, if they're being biased in favor of Heeney. Heeney's upset, though. And to his credit, he didn't want to draw, he says in the post-fight interview. Okay. What does Brad Pauls have to say? At least Heeney, to his credit, didn't think that or wasn't happy to get the draw. He wanted to win the fight and not retain his belt on a draw. So I think there's gonna be a rematch here. Yeah, they will be biased if he's still that many. Yeah, that is true. That is true. Well, thank you guys for, I thought either a draw or Paul's won, but thank you guys for tuning in. I am gonna sign off now. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I appreciate it. This has been a very entertaining card. It's been great to watch this with you guys. I appreciate it. I know it's been a long one, 5 hours. So thank you guys for tuning in. I do appreciate it. And I will be doing these every Saturday. So hopefully some of you guys will stick around next Saturday. I will see you again. Thank you, Ghetto Genius. Thank you, Aunt B. Thank you, Miss Randier. Thank you, everyone else who commented and tuned in. And I will catch you guys next Saturday. I've got some good videos coming out this week as well. So thank you guys. I will see you around. Hope you have a good weekend. Oh, and happy St. Patrick's Day as well.